The story of the Sith begins not with monsters or demons, but with the Force itself, an energy field that binds the galaxy together. This field possesses a fundamental duality, a light side representing creation, life, and harmony, and a dark side embodying decay, destruction, and passion. The potential for both existed within the Force from its inception, like two sides of the same ancient coin. Understanding this balance, or the lack thereof, is key to understanding the darkness that would later define the Sith. Long before the Republic rose, civilizations flourished and fell, some wielding the Force with devastating consequences. Among the earliest and most powerful were the Rakata, beings who built an empire spanning countless worlds known as the Infinite Empire. They were masters of technology, crafting hyperdrives that traversed the galaxy with ease, but their true power stemmed from their mastery of the dark side. They used it not for balance, but for conquest, enslaving entire species and bending worlds to their cruel will. Their empire was a monument to unchecked ambition, a dark stain spreading across the stars. The Rakata's reliance on the dark side, however, became their ultimate weakness. A mysterious plague, perhaps born of their own corruption or the Force's backlash, severed their connection to the very power they abused. Stripped of their dark side abilities, their vast empire crumbled into ruin, leaving behind only shattered worlds and forgotten technology. Yet, the knowledge of the dark side's potency, its seductive promise of power over life and death, lingered in the echoes of their fallen civilization. It was a lesson whispered on the winds of the Force, waiting for those who would dare to listen. Amidst the ashes of the Rakata's tyranny, a new world emerged as a focal point for Force-sensitive beings, seeking understanding. This world was Tython, a planet rich with the Force, its very landscape resonating with the energy that flowed through all living things. Here, scholars and mystics from various star systems gathered, drawn by Tython's unique connection to the cosmic energy field. They sought to harken the Force's true nature, to move beyond the Rakata's destructive example. These pioneers formed the Jedi Order, a group dedicated to exploring the Force in its entirety, both light and dark. They believed that true understanding required embracing the whole spectrum, walking a path of balance between the two opposing aspects. They built great temples across Tython's diverse continents, each dedicated to different facets of the Force and the natural world. The Jedi were not warriors, but seekers, meditators, and scholars who viewed the Force as a living entity to be respected and harmonized with. Their philosophy was embodied in the concept of the Bendu, the state of perfect balance existing in the center between the light, Ashla, and the dark, Bogan. They taught that straying too far towards either extreme led to imbalance and chaos, a lesson rooted in the observation of nature itself. A Jedi was expected to walk this middle path, experiencing the Force's light and dark aspects without succumbing wholly to either. For centuries, this path brought peace and profound knowledge to Tython and its surrounding star system. Yet, the allure of power, the whisper of the dark side's potential, is a persistent and subtle poison. Some Jedi, in their deep explorations, found themselves drawn more strongly to the Bogan, the dark side. They began to believe that true strength lay not in balance, but in mastering the raw, untamed power of the dark side. They saw the light side's emphasis on peace and passivity as weakness, a hindrance to achieving true potential. This ideological schism festered beneath the surface of Jedi society for generations. Debates in the great halls grew heated, friendships fractured over differing interpretations of the Force's will. The adherents of the Bogan practiced forbidden rituals, delving into techniques that manipulated life, fueled anger, and harnessed fear. They grew stronger, but also more isolated, their presence casting a growing shadow over the once harmonious order. The breaking point came not with a single event, but with an inevitable escalation of tension. A group of powerful Jedi Masters, fully committed to the dark side path, openly challenged the Order's leadership and its core tenets of balance. They denounced the Bendu as a lie, a cage preventing Force users from claiming their rightful power. Conflict erupted, not with words but with the unleashed fury of the dark side itself. Thus began the Force Wars, a devastating conflict that scarred the planet of Tython and shattered the Jedi Order forever. It was a war of ideology fought with terrible power, dark side lightning scarring ancient temples, the ground itself trembling under the assault of corrupted Force abilities. The followers of the Ashla fought desperately to defend their way of life, to preserve the balance they held sacred. But the dark side warriors, fueled by passion and a thirst for dominance, were relentless and unpredictable. The battles raged across Tython's continents, turning lush forests into smoldering wastelands and serene mountains into jagged battlefields. Brother fought brother, master faced apprentice, as the very fabric of the Force on the planet seemed to tear under the strain. The conflict was not merely physical, it was a war for the soul of the Jedi, a struggle to define the future relationship between sentience and the Force. The cost was immense, lives lost, knowledge destroyed, and the planet's connection to the Force left scarred and unstable. Ultimately, the adherents of the light side, the Ashla, prevailed, but their victory was Pyrrhic. They defeated the dark side warriors, driving them from the field and the great temples, but the Jedi Order as it had existed was irrevocably broken. The dream of perfect balance lay in ruins, replaced by the harsh reality of the dark side's destructive potential. The survivors knew they could not allow such a schism to fester again. In the aftermath of the devastating Force Wars, the victors faced a profound dilemma: what to do with the defeated dark side adherents, those who had nearly torn their civilization apart. Execution was considered, but many recoiled from such a final dark solution. Imprisonment seemed impractical and potentially dangerous, given their powers. The decision was made, a decision born of desperation and a desire for peace, but one that would have consequences echoing for millennia. The defeated dark side Jedi, along with their followers and sympathizers, were rounded up. They were stripped of their weapons and much of their knowledge, though not the dark side power that now resided within them. Then they were exiled. Massive, primitive starships, barely capable of interstellar travel, were prepared. The exiles were forced aboard, cast out from the world they had once called home, and the order they had betrayed. They were sent into the unknown reaches of the galaxy, towards uncharted hyperspace lanes and the vast, empty darkness between stars. It was a sentence of wandering, a hope that they would simply be lost to time and space, their dark influence fading into obscurity. As the ships lifted off from Tython's scarred surface, a heavy silence fell over the remaining Jedi. They watched the vessels disappear into the swirling clouds, carrying away the seeds of the darkness they had fought so hard to contain. There was a sense of relief, yes, but also a deep, foreboding sadness. They had preserved their vision of balance, but at what cost, and to what distant shore had they cast their fallen kin? The exiles drifted through the void, their hearts filled with bitterness, rage, and a burning desire for vengeance against those who had cast them out. They were no longer Jedi, they were something new, something forged in the crucible of defeat and rejection. They embraced the dark side fully now, not as a path to explore, but as the source of their power, their identity, and their future. They were the first Dark Jedi, masters of the Bogan adrift in the galaxy. Their journey was long and arduous, a desperate flight into the unknown. They navigated treacherous, uncharted hyperspace routes, their ships groaning under the strain, their supplies dwindling. Many perished during the voyage, lost to accidents, starvation, or internal strife fueled by the dark side's corrosive influence. Yet, a core group endured, driven by an indomitable will to survive and find a new home. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity in the void, their sensors detected a habitable world. It was a harsh, desolate planet, bathed in the crimson light of its dim, red sun. Rocky landscapes stretched beneath a perpetually twilight sky, and the air crackled with strange, primal energy. It was a world that seemed to resonate with the dark side they now wielded, a place of shadows and ancient power. As the battered ships descended through the turbulent atmosphere, the exiles looked upon their new home with a mixture of relief and grim determination. They had survived the exile, but their story, the story of the Sith was only just beginning. The seeds of darkness they carried had found fertile ground, far from the light of Tython, and in the depths of space, on a forgotten world bathed in red light, those seeds would soon take root and grow into something truly terrifying. The Jedi who exiled them believed they had solved their problem, casting the darkness into the void. But darkness has a way of finding its way back, and the exiles vanished into the unknown regions, carrying with them the legacy of the Force Wars and the bitter knowledge of their rejection. Their ships, filled with the first true servants of the dark side, disappeared into the vast uncharted darkness, carrying the seeds of a future darkness that would one day threaten the entire galaxy. The exiled ships finally breached the turbulent atmosphere of their newfound world, descending through crimson skies towards a landscape of jagged obsidian mountains and deep, shadowed valleys. This was Korriban, a planet bathed in the perpetual twilight of its dim, red sun, a world that seemed to pulse with a raw, untamed energy that resonated deeply with the dark side flowing within the exiles. As the vessels landed, scattering dust and rock, the weary survivors emerged, blinking in the unfamiliar light, their hearts still burning with the embers of betrayal and the cold fire of vengeance. They were strangers in a strange land, cast out from their past, but determined to forge a new future from the darkness that now defined them. They were not alone. Watching from the crevices and ridges were the planet's native inhabitants, the Sith species. These were tall, powerfully built humanoids, with red skin, sharp facial features, and bony protrusions jutting from their chins and cheekbones, their eyes gleaming with a primal intelligence and suspicion. They were a primitive people organized into tribal societies, living in crude dwellings carved into the rock faces, their lives dominated by survival in Korriban's harsh environment and a deep-seated animosity towards outsiders. The exiles, however, were not mere outsiders. They were beings who commanded the very fabric of reality itself, wielding powers the Sith tribes had only ever attributed to their most fearsome gods and spirits. When the first war party, armed with simple spears and hide shields, approached the landing site with hostile intent, the leader of the exiles, a formidable figure named Ajunta Pal, raised a hand. With a gesture, he unleashed a wave of pure dark side energy, a telekinetic blast that sent the warriors flying backwards, their weapons shattered, their cries of defiance turning to screams of terror. The display was absolute, undeniable. To the Sith tribes, witnessing such power was akin to witnessing divine wrath. They fell to their knees, not in surrender but in awe and worship, recognizing beings who commanded forces beyond their comprehension. The exiles, these strange, pale-skinned arrivals, were not conquerors in their eyes. They were gods descended from the heavens, or perhaps risen from the depths of Korriban itself. Ajunta Pal and his fellow exiles quickly understood the opportunity this perception presented. They embraced the role of deities, using their advanced technology, the remnants of their ships, their energy weapons, their knowledge of engineering, alongside their formidable force abilities to solidify their divine status. They healed the sick with applications of medical science. The Sith saw as miracles. They brought rain to parched lands with rudimentary weather control, and they punished dissenters with displays of dark side power that reinforced their absolute authority. The tribal chieftains became their high priests, their shamans became acolytes, and the entire Sith species began to restructure their society around these new powerful god kings. This was not merely a conquest of force, but a merging of cultures and bloodlines. The exiles, seeking to cement their rule and ensure their legacy, began to interbreed with the Sith nobility. The offspring of these unions were hybrids, possessing the innate force sensitivity and intellectual capacity of their Dark Jedi forebears, combined with the physical resilience, fierce pride, and inherent connection to Korriban's dark side energies of the Sith species. These hybrids became the first true Sith Lords, beings who embodied the fusion of the exiles' knowledge and the Sith species' primal power. Ajunta Pal, the first among the exiles, naturally became the first Dark Lord of the Sith, the supreme ruler of this nascent empire. His fellow exiles became his lieutenants, each ruling over a tribe or region, establishing their own power bases under Pal's overarching authority. Together they began the monumental task of transforming Korriban from a primitive world into the heart of a new civilization, one built upon the foundations of the dark side. They ordered the construction of great temples and tombs not as places of simple worship, but as repositories of power and knowledge, carved directly into the living rock of the mountains. The Valley of the Dark Lords became the centerpiece of this new empire. Massive ziggurats and imposing statues dedicated to the Sith Lords and their dark deities rose from the valley floor, their architecture sharp, angular, and menacing, designed to inspire awe and fear. Deep within these structures, the Sith Lords began to codify their knowledge, transcribing their understanding of the dark side, their alchemical formulas, their sorcerous rituals, onto scrolls and into holocrons, devices that could store the essence and wisdom of their creators for future generations. Korriban itself became a living testament to their power, its very atmosphere saturated with the dark side energies they constantly drew upon and unleashed. The philosophy of the Sith began to crystallize during this period, moving beyond the exiles' initial anger and rejection of the Jedi. They developed a complex belief system centered on power, passion, strength, and the imposition of one's will upon the Force and the universe. They saw the Jedi's emphasis on peace, passivity, and self-denial as a pathetic weakness, a denial of the true nature of life and the Force. To the Sith, true strength came from embracing emotion, anger, hatred, fear, love, and channeling those powerful feelings through the dark side to achieve one's desires. Conflict was not something to be avoided. It was the crucible in which the strong were forged and the weak were culled. The Sith Lords constantly vied for position and power, engaging in intricate political maneuvers, assassination attempts, and open challenges to authority, all under the watchful eye of the Dark Lord. This constant infighting, while dangerous, was seen as a necessary process to ensure only the most cunning and powerful rose to the top, a stark contrast to the Jedi's emphasis on harmony and cooperation. It was a brutal meritocracy where strength was the only currency that mattered. Sith alchemy flourished during this foundational era, drawing on the Rakatan knowledge they had preserved and their own dark side insights. The Sith Lords began to twist life itself. They created monstrous creatures, warped beasts, fused with dark side energy to serve as guardians and weapons. They developed techniques to imbue objects with dark side power, creating swords that could resist lightsabers, amulets that could amplify Force abilities, and even rituals to preserve the consciousness of powerful Sith Lords after death, binding their spirits to their tombs or artifacts. The concept of the Sith Order, a perfect being who would one day rise to lead the Sith to ultimate glory and destroy their weaknesses, also began to take root in their prophecies and myths. It was a messianic figure, embodying the ultimate potential of the Sith path, a being of unmatched power and vision, who would fulfill their destiny. This belief provided a long-term goal, a sense of manifest destiny that drove the Sith Lords to continually seek greater power and knowledge, believing they were paving the way for this legendary figure. It was a powerful unifying myth, even as their internal rivalries raged. Generations passed. The original exiles aged and died, their physical forms perishing, but their spirits endured, bound to Korriban through the dark side rituals they had mastered. Their hybrid descendants, the true Sith Lords, now fully ruled the planet, their connection to the dark side even deeper and more innate than their forebears. The Sith Empire, though confined to a single star system, was a formidable power, a dark jewel glowing with malevolent energy in the unknown regions of space. They developed starship technology, reverse engineering their own damaged vessels and incorporating new insights, allowing them to explore nearby star systems. They encountered other species, subjugating some, annihilating others, slowly expanding their sphere of influence beyond Korriban. Yet, their primary focus remained inward, on Korriban, on perfecting their dark side arts, on building their tombs, and on consolidating their power under the rule of the Dark Lord. They were content, for now, to be gods in their own isolated kingdom, masters of a domain steeped in shadows. But the galaxy is vast, and secrets have a way of seeping through the cracks of space and time. Whispers began to drift on hyperspace currents, faint rumors carried by traders and explorers who ventured too close to the unknown regions. Tales were told of a powerful isolationist empire ruled by dark magicians, of a world where the dead walked and monsters roamed, of a power that rivaled at end the Republic had ever encountered. These whispers were dismissed by most as spaceless tales, ghost stories told to frighten new recruits, but they reached the ears of those who paid attention to such things. On the gleaming ecumenopolis of Coruscant, at the heart of the Galactic Republic, the Jedi Order heard these faint, disturbing echoes. They remembered the exiles they had cast out millennia ago, the Dark Jedi who had embraced the Bogan. Could it be possible that those they had banished had not only survived, but had thrived, building a new civilization based on the very darkness they had rejected? The possibility was deeply troubling, a shadow falling across the peace the Republic and the Jedi had worked so hard to maintain. The Jedi Council began to quietly gather information, sending scouts and probes towards the rumored location of this dark empire. They felt a growing unease, a disturbance in the Force that seemed to emanate from the deep unknown, a coldness that hinted at immense power and profound malevolence. The memory of the Force wars on Tython was still etched into their collective consciousness, a stark reminder of the devastation wrought by the dark side when embraced without restraint. They knew, with a dawning sense of dread, that the darkness they had exiled had not simply faded away. It had grown, festered, and was now stirring. On Korriban, the Sith Lords felt this distant scrutiny, this probing touch from the light. It stoked the ancient embers of their resentment, the hatred for those who had cast their ancestors out. The current Dark Lord, a powerful and ambitious hybrid named Marka Ragnos, sensed an opportunity. The Republic was vast, wealthy, and complacent, ripe for the taking, and the Jedi were their ancient enemies, the guardians of a weak and decadent order. The whispers of the Sith Empire's power, once faint and dismissible, began to grow louder, carried on the solar winds and through the hyperspace lanes. They spoke of a hidden strength, a legacy of darkness forged in exile, a power that defied the light and promised dominion over the galaxy. The Jedi listened, their concern deepening, while on Korriban, the Sith Lords listened too, their ambition ignited by the knowledge that the galaxy had not forgotten them, and that the time for their return might be drawing near. The seeds planted by the exiles had borne fruit, and that fruit was poison, a poison now beginning to seep back towards the heart of the Republic, drawing the attention of the Jedi and setting the stage for a conflict that would reshape the galaxy forever. The whispers of the Sith Empire had grown from faint rumors into unsettling reports reaching the Galactic Republic's core worlds. Explorers venturing into the treacherous, uncharted lanes of the galaxy spoke of encountering powerful isolationist forces wielding strange energies. On the gleaming city planet of Coruscant, the Jedi Order felt a growing disturbance in the Force, a cold, malevolent presence emanating from the deep, unknown regions. They remembered the ancient exiles, the Dark Jedi cast out after the Force wars on Tython, and wondered if the darkness they had banished had somehow survived and thrived. It was through a desperate act of survival that the paths of the Republic and the hidden Sith Empire finally violently intersected. Gavanjori Daragon, sibling explorers from the planet Sinagar, found themselves on the brink of ruin after a disastrous hyperjump left their ship, the Starbreaker 12, crippled and adrift in uncharted space. With dwindling life support and no hope of rescue, they made a blind jump into a previously unexplored hyperspace corridor, praying it would lead them to safety. Instead, it spat them out directly into the Sith Empire's home system, bringing their battered vessel into orbit over the crimson world of Korriban. The arrival of the Starbreaker 12 was an event that sent shockwaves through the Sith hierarchy. For generations, the Sith Lords had ruled in isolation, content to be gods in their own dark kingdom, expanding slowly, cautiously. Now, a ship from the outside galaxy, the galaxy of their ancient enemies, the Jedi and the Republic, had appeared at their doorstep. The implications were staggering, and the reactions among the Sith leadership were immediate and fiercely divided. One faction, led by the powerful and conservative Sith Lord Ludo Kresh, argued for extreme caution, even outright hostility. He saw the Daragans as spies, harbingers of an inevitable Republic invasion. Kresh advocated for capturing the humans, interrogating them brutally for information about the Republic's military strength and hyperspace routes, and then executing them to erase any trace of their presence. He believed the Sith Empire must remain hidden, biding its time until it was overwhelmingly powerful enough to strike without warning. Opposing Kresh was the ambitious and visionary Sith Lord, Naga Sadow. Sadow saw the Daragans not as a threat, but as an unparalleled opportunity. He argued that their arrival was a sign, a chance for the Sith to finally cast off their isolation and claim their rightful place as rulers of the entire galaxy. He envisioned using the humans' knowledge of Republic hyperspace lanes to launch a devastating surprise attack, conquering the complacent Republic before they even knew what hit them. The debate raged within the Sith Council, the tension thick enough to feel in the dark, echoing halls of their temples. Kresh appealed to tradition and caution, painting Sadow as a reckless warmonger who would lead the Empire to destruction. Sadow countered with passion and grand visions of galactic dominion, accusing Kresh of cowardice and stagnation. The fate of the Daragans, and indeed the entire future direction of the Sith Empire, hung in the balance. Naga Sadow, however, was not one to leave such a momentous decision solely to debate. While the council argued, he secretly orchestrated a series of events to manipulate the situation to his advantage. He arranged for the Daragans to be brought before the council, presenting them not as spies, but as unwitting messengers whose arrival heralded a new era for the Sith. He then staged a carefully calculated attack on the Sith capital, using Republic-style weapons and tactics, making it appear as if a Republic invasion force was already imminent. The deception worked perfectly. The sudden, violent attack threw the Sith Council into a panic, validating Sadow's warnings about the Republic's aggressive intentions. Kresh's calls for caution now seemed naive and dangerous in the face of this apparent threat. Seizing the moment, Sadow declared that only bold, immediate action could save the Sith Empire, positioning himself as the only leader capable of guiding them to victory. With the Council cowed and the Sith populace terrified, Sadow made his move. He challenged Ludo Kresh directly for the title of Dark Lord of the Sith, the supreme ruler of the Empire. Parked by the momentum of his manufactured crisis and his own formidable power, Sadow defeated Kresh in a brutal duel, forcing his rival into retreat and disgrace. Naga Sadow was now the undisputed Dark Lord, and his plan for galactic conquest was set in motion. Sadow immediately began preparing for war on a scale the Sith Empire had never attempted. He ordered the mobilization of the entire Sith fleet, a formidable collection of warships built using Korriban's resources and the exiles' technological knowledge. He established hidden command centers and supply depots along the hyperspace routes gleaned from the Daragans' navigational computer. Most crucially, he perfected a unique and devastating form of Sith magic, the ability to create vast, realistic illusions using the dark side. This illusionary power was the cornerstone of Sadow's strategy. He knew the actual size of his fleet, while powerful, was likely insufficient to overwhelm the vast resources of the Galactic Republic. Therefore, he intended to use his illusions to project an image of an unstoppable, galaxy-spanning armada, a phantom force that would paralyze the Republic with fear and confusion before the real battle even began. He would make his enemy believe they faced an invincible juggernaut, a tactic born of Sith cunning and dark side mastery. Give Daragon, separated from his sister Jory during the chaos, became an unwilling pawn in Sadow's game. Impressed by the young human's latent force sensitivity and navigational skills, Sadow took Gav as his informal apprentice, grooming him to be a commander in the coming war. He filled Gav's head with promises of power and glory, twisting his fear and confusion into loyalty to the Sith cause. Gav, desperate to survive and find his sister, reluctantly cooperated, becoming a key figure in Sadow's invasion plans. Jory Daragon, meanwhile, managed to escape Korriban aboard the repaired Starbreaker 12. Her mission was clear and desperate. She had to warn the Republic of the impending Sith invasion. She navigated treacherous hyperspace lanes, pursued by Sith forces, her ship barely holding together under the strain. She emerged into Republic space, exhausted and terrified, carrying a message that few would initially believe. Her warnings were met with skepticism and disbelief on Coruscant. The Republic had enjoyed centuries of relative peace, and the idea of a massive hidden empire launching an invasion seemed like the ravings of a traumatized spacer. However, the Jedi Order, sensing the growing darkness in the Force and the sincerity of Jory's fear, took her claims seriously. Jedi Master Mehmet Nadil, a respected member of the Council, began to quietly prepare the Order for the possibility of war. Naga Sadow, unaware that his secret was partially exposed, launched his invasion with terrifying speed and coordination. The Sith fleet, augmented by Sadow's massive illusion ray projections, emerged from hyperspace at key Republic worlds simultaneously. From the perspective of the Republic defenders, it seemed as if an infinite number of Sith warships had appeared out of nowhere, blotting out the stars. Panic spread like wildfire as planetary defenses were overwhelmed by the sheer, impossible scale of the attacking force. But the centerpiece of Sadow's initial assault was a direct attack on the Republic's capital, Coruscant itself. The illusionary fleet above the Ecumenopolis was staggering in its size and menace, a terrifying spectacle that sent millions fleeing in terror. Real Sith warships, led by Sadow's own massive flagship, descended through the atmosphere, unleashing devastating firepower upon the planet's surface. The Jedi Temple became a primary target, its defenders scrambling to hold back the seemingly endless tide of Sith warriors and war machines. On the ground, the Jedi fought valiantly, but they were unprepared for the scale and ferocity of the Sith assault. Sith Lords, wielding crimson lightsabers and unleashing torrents of dark side lightning, cut swathes through the Jedi ranks. Monstrous creatures, born of Sith alchemy, rampaged through the city streets, spreading chaos and destruction. The very air crackled with the clash of light and dark, a palpable maelstrom of energy that threatened to tear the planet apart. It was during this chaos that Empress Teta of the Koros system emerged as a crucial leader for the Republic. A shrewd and formidable ruler, Teta had long been wary of external threats and had maintained a powerful, well-trained military force. Upon hearing of the Sith attack on Coruscant and receiving confirmation from the Jedi, she immediately mobilized her fleet, the legendary Koros fleet, to counter the invasion. Her swift, decisive action provided a much-needed anchor for the scattered Republic forces. The tide began to turn with the realization of Sadow's greatest weakness, his illusions. Jedi Master Mehmet Nadil, fighting on Coruscant, was one of the first to sense the deception. He reached out with the Force, probing the massive enemy fleet above, and discovered the truth. Much of it was a phantom, a projection of dark side energy designed to inspire fear. This revelation was shared with Empress Teta and her commanders, allowing them to focus their attacks on the real Sith ships, ignoring the terrifying but insubstantial illusions. Simultaneously, Jory Daragon, piloting the Starbreaker 12, played a pivotal role in undermining Sadow's command structure. She located her brother Gav, serving aboard Sadow's flagship during the battle over Coruscant. Through a desperate plea across a comms channel, she reminded Gav of their shared past, their love for their homeworld, and the monstrous path Sadow had led him down. Torn between his loyalty to Sadow and his love for his sister, Gav made a fateful decision. Gav Daragon turned against his Sith master. Using his knowledge of the flagship systems, he sabotaged its primary weapon systems and navigational controls at a critical moment. He then transmitted detailed information about the real locations and strengths of the Sith fleet, including the coordinates of Sadow's hidden command centers, directly to Empress Teta's forces. This act of betrayal crippled Sadow's ability to coordinate his forces and provided the Republic with the intelligence it desperately needed. With the illusions exposed and their command structure in disarray, the Sith invasion began to falter. Empress Teta's Koros fleet, now fighting with accurate intelligence, systematically targeted and destroyed the real Sith warships. The Jedi, reinforced by Teta's troops and no longer paralyzed by fear of the Phantom Fleet, pushed back against the Sith ground forces on Coruscant, Sith Lords fell, their monstrous creations were slain, and the tide of the battle irrevocably turned in favor of the Republic. Naga Sadow, seeing his grand vision of conquest crumbling before his eyes, knew the battle was lost. He ordered a full retreat of the surviving Sith forces, abandoning the assault on Coruscant and the other targeted Republic worlds. The once feared illusionary fleet dissolved as Sadow withdrew his dark side power, revealing the true, diminished size of the defeated invasion force. The Great Hyperspace War, as it would later be known, was over, and the Sith had been resoundingly defeated. The Republic, though victorious, was scarred and shaken. Coruscant bore deep wounds from the Sith attack, and the illusion of their security had been shattered. Empress Teta and the Jedi Order were hailed as saviors, but the cost had been immense. They knew they could not allow such a threat to rise again. A concerted effort was launched to hunt down the remnants of the Sith Empire. Republic and Jedi forces pursued the retreating Sith fleet back into the unknown regions, systematically destroying their remaining ships and outposts. They scoured Korriban itself, destroying the great temples and tombs, purging as much Sith knowledge and technology as they could find. The goal was total eradication, to ensure the dark legacy of the Sith was extinguished forever. Naga Sadow, however, proved elusive. Fleeing the wrath of the Republic and the Jedi, he took his remaining loyal followers and a handful of ships on a desperate journey into the galaxy's uncharted depths. He sought refuge, a place to hide, to lick his wounds, and perhaps to plan for a future resurgence. His journey led him far from the known worlds, to a remote, jungle-covered moon orbiting a gas giant in the outer rim. This moon was Yavin 4. Its dense, humid jungles and towering Massassi temples, built by an extinct species, provided the perfect sanctuary for the defeated Dark Lord. Sadow landed his, established a hidden base within the ancient stone structures, and began the process of rebuilding his power in secret. He used his Sith alchemy to twist the native Massassi warriors into monstrous servants, guardians for his new domain. Sit there. On the verdant, isolated moon of Yavin 4, Naga Sadow entered a state of suspended animation, placing himself in a Sith sarcophagus to preserve his life force while he waited. He waited for the galaxy to forget the Sith, for the Republic to grow complacent once more, for the Jedi to believe their ancient enemy was truly gone. He waited for the day when the Sith could rise again from the ashes of defeat. Though the Great Hyperspace War was over, and the Sith Empire seemingly destroyed, the darkness had not been extinguished. It had merely retreated into the shadows, biding its time on a forgotten moon, carrying the seeds of its future rebirth. The echoes of the Great Hyperspace War faded, leaving the Galactic Republic to tend its wounds and rebuild. Coruscant's scars were slowly erased beneath gleaming new spires, and the Jedi Order resumed its vigil, believing the Sith threat had been purged from existence. Concerted effort was made to erase all knowledge of the dark side, with holocrons seized, temples razed, and historical records sanitized. The Republic entered a period of cautious optimism, convinced that the darkness had been vanquished forever. But darkness is patient, and its roots run deep. While the Republic celebrated its victory, remnants of the Sith legacy endured in the galaxy's forgotten corners. Survivors of Naga Sadow's fleet, scattered and leaderless, fled into the deepest shadows, carrying fragments of forbidden knowledge. On Korriban, though the great temples lay in ruins, the dark side itself lingered, saturating the very soil and stones with its corrupting influence. One such survivor was a young Jedi Knight, named Freedon Nad. Disillusioned by the Jedi Order's strictures and hungry for power he felt they denied him, Nad had secretly delved into forbidden texts. When the Sith were defeated, he saw not an end, but an opportunity. He abandoned the Order, stealing a ship and vanishing into the uncharted regions, seeking the source of the Sith's power. Nad's journey led him to Yavin 4, the jungle moon where Naga Sadow lay in suspended animation. Guided by dark side whispers, he discovered the Dark Lord's hidden tomb, deep within the overgrown Massassi temples. There, Nad communed with Sadow's spirit, the ancient Sith Lord, recognizing a kindred ambition in the young Jedi. Sadow taught Nad the deepest secrets of the Sith, passing on his knowledge of alchemy, sorcery, and the path to true power. Under Sado's tutelage, Freedon Nad fully embraced the dark side, his connection to the light severed forever. He learned to twist life with Sith alchemy, to command the Force with ruthless efficiency, and to project his spirit beyond death. When his training was complete, Nad left Yavin 4, no longer a Jedi, but a true Sith Lord, carrying Sado's legacy into the galaxy. He sought a place to build his own power base, a world to bend to his will. His search brought him to Onderon, a temperate planet in the Inner Rim, known for its majestic city of Izzes and its savage jungles. Onderon was a world divided, its people clustered within the fortified walls of Izzes, while the jungles teemed with dangerous beasts and exiled criminals. The rulers of Izzes, the Beast Lords, maintained order through strength and tradition, but Nad sensed a deeper current of darkness beneath the surface. Using his formidable powers, Nad subtly manipulated the politics of Izzes, positioning himself as an advisor to the Queen. He whispered promises of power, exploited existing rivalries, and stoked the fears of the Beast Lords regarding the jungle threats. His influence grew, and soon he was the true power behind the throne, the Queen his unwitting puppet. Freedon Nad had found his kingdom, and he ruled it from the shadows. Under Nad's guidance, Onderon flourished, but it was a prosperity tainted by the dark side. The Beast Lords grew more aggressive, their armies expanding Izzez's control over the surrounding lands. Nad introduced Sith rituals and alchemical practices, twisting the native fauna into monstrous servants and fortifying the city's defenses with dark side energy. The people of Onderon prospered materially, but their spirits grew heavy, their connection to the light side of the Force dimming under Nad's pervasive influence. Nad's greatest ambition, however, was not just to rule Onderon, but to achieve true immortality. He delved deeper into Sith sorcery than even Sado had dared, seeking rituals to preserve his consciousness beyond the death of his physical body. He constructed a hidden tomb deep beneath the palace of Izzes, a place of dark power where he could anchor his spirit to the physical world. When his time came, Freedon Nad did not truly die. He shed his mortal coil and became a powerful Sith spirit, bound to his tomb and the dark side nexus he had created on Onderon. For centuries, Freedon Nad's spirit endured, a malevolent presence haunting the planet he had once ruled. He whispered from the shadows, influencing the rulers of Izzes, ensuring his dark legacy continued. Onderon became a bastion of the dark side, its history steeped in Sith lore, its people unknowingly worshipping at the altar of a dead god. The Jedi Order, focused on other threats and believing the Sith extinct, remained unaware of the darkness festering so close to the Republic's heart. The influence of Freedon Nad did not remain confined to Onderon. His spirit reached out across the Force, seeking those with ambition and a susceptibility to the dark side's call. He found acolytes drawn to the legends of his heir, and taught them the ways of the Sith, creating a hidden cult dedicated to his memory. These Nadists spread his influence further, carrying fragments of his knowledge to other worlds, planting seeds for future darkness. One of the most significant figures influenced by Nad's legacy was a young Jedi Knight named Exar Kun. Kun was immensely powerful, brash, and arrogant, chafing under the Jedi Council's restrictions. He became obsessed with unlocking the full potential of the Force, believing the Jedi's emphasis on tranquility was a limitation, not a virtue. His research led him to forbidden texts, hints of the Sith, and eventually the name of Freedon Nad. Driven by his insatiable curiosity and thirst for power, Exar Kun undertook a dangerous journey to Onderon. He sought out Nad's tomb, deep beneath the palace of Izzes, ignoring the warnings of the Jedi who sensed the planet's dark side taint. Descending into the ancient, shadowed crypt, Kun felt the oppressive weight of the dark side, a tangible presence that both repelled and fascinated him. There, in the heart of the tomb, he encountered the spectral form of Freedon Nad. Nad's spirit was a terrifying visage of decay and dark power, his eyes burning with malevolent intelligence. He saw in Exar Kun the perfect vessel for his revenge, the instrument to resurrect the Sith Order, and strike back at the Jedi who had exiled his kind. Nad began to tutor Kun, not as a benevolent guide, but as a tempter, feeding his arrogance, his anger, and his desire for forbidden knowledge. He revealed the true power of the dark side, showing Kun how to channel his emotions into devastating Force abilities. Under Nad's spectral tutelage, Exar Kun's fall accelerated. He embraced the dark side with a fervor that even Nad found impressive. He learned Sith alchemy, crafting twin lightsabers with a distinctive, menacing design. He mastered techniques of dark side combat, becoming a whirlwind of destructive energy. Nad molded Kun into a weapon, a Dark Lord in the making, destined to carry the Sith banner into a new age of war. Yet, Kun was not content to be merely a student. His ambition burned brighter than Nad's ghostly influence. He sought power beyond what the ancient spirit could offer, knowledge that even Nad had not possessed. His research, guided by Nad's whispers and his own insatiable hunger, led him to the most legendary source of Sith power in the galaxy, the moon of Yavin 4, where Naga Sadow himself had hidden his greatest secrets. Exar Kun traveled to Yavin 4, leaving the corrupted world of Onderon behind. He landed amidst the crumbling Massassi temples, feeling the immense dark side energy that permeated the jungle moon. He knew Sadow's spirit was gone, destroyed or dormant, but the Dark Lord's knowledge remained, embedded in the very stones and artifacts left behind. Kun began a systematic search of the temples, seeking the tools that would elevate him beyond any Sith Lord who had come before. Deep within the central pyramid, Kun discovered a hidden chamber, protected by ancient wards and Sith magic. Inside, resting on a stone altar, were artifacts of immense power, Sith amulets, crafted by Sadow himself, each pulsating with concentrated dark side energy. These were not mere trinkets, they were focal points for Sith sorcery, capable of amplifying a wielder's power 100-fold. As Exar Kun reached out and grasped the first amulet, a surge of dark power flowed through him, more potent than anything he had ever experienced. The connection was instantaneous, transformative. The knowledge of the ancient Sith Lords flooded his mind, their whispers becoming a chorus in his soul. He felt the weight of centuries of darkness settle upon him, not as a burden, but as a birthright. On that forgotten moon, surrounded by the ghosts of a fallen empire, Exar Kun ceased to be a fallen Jedi. He became a Dark Lord of the Sith, inheritor of Sadow's and Nad's legacy, and the architect of a new reign of terror that would soon engulf the galaxy. The Great Sith War erupted not with a single battle but with a declaration that echoed across the Force like a thunderclap. From the obsidian heart of the Great Temple on Yavin 4, Exar Kun, now fully embracing his destiny as a Dark Lord, proclaimed the rebirth of the Sith Order. His voice, amplified by dark side sorcery, carried to every Force-sensitive being in the galaxy a chilling pronouncement of the Jedi's impending doom. The age of the Sith had returned, and Kun stood as its undisputed master, wielding the stolen power of Naga Sadow's amulets. Simultaneously, far from the jungles of Yavin 4, another powerful Jedi was succumbing to the dark side's insidious call. Ulic Qel-Droma, a renowned Jedi Knight and military hero, had undertaken a dangerous mission to infiltrate the Krath, a ruthless criminal syndicate that had seized control of the Emperor's Theta system. The Krath were not mere gangsters, they were deeply immersed in Sith magic, their power fueled by ancient artifacts and a devotion to the dark side. Ulic believed he could destroy them from within, but the darkness he sought to combat proved more seductive than he anticipated. The Krath leaders, the cunning Alima and her ambitious brother Satal Keto, sensed Ulic's inner conflict and his latent power. They orchestrated events to push him further, using Sith poisons and manipulations to erode his connection to the Jedi Code. During a confrontation, Satal Keto unleashed a dark side toxin specifically designed to sever a Jedi's connection to the Force. Though Ulic survived the attack, the poison left him vulnerable, his defenses weakened, his mind clouded by pain and a growing thirst for vengeance against the Krath. It was in this vulnerable state that Ulic encountered the spirit of Freedon Nad, the same specter who had corrupted Exar Kun. Nad saw in Ulic another potential pawn, a powerful Jedi, whose fall would serve the Sith's grand design. The ancient spirit whispered promises of power, of the strength needed to crush the Krath and protect the galaxy, of the true nature of the Force the Jedi concealed. Slowly, insidiously, Nad's poison worked alongside the Krath's, twisting Ulick's noble intentions into dark ambition. Ulick's fall became undeniable during a desperate battle within the Krath stronghold on Sinagar. Cornered and outnumbered, his connection to the light side flickering, he reached deep within himself and unleashed a torrent of dark side rage. He slew Satul Keto in a brutal display of power, embracing the fury that had been simmering within him. In that moment, Ulick Keel Droma cast aside his Jedi identity, fully embracing the path of the dark side, becoming a willing servant of the Sith. News of Ulick's fall sent shockwaves through the Jedi Order, but it was Exar Kun who recognized the true significance. Sensing a kindred spirit and a powerful potential ally, Kun journeyed to Sinagar, seeking out the fallen Jedi. Their meeting was charged with dark side energy, two titans of power sizing each other up, each sensing the other's immense strength and ambition. Kun saw in Ulick not just an apprentice but a partner in conquest, a general to lead the armies of the new Sith Empire. In a ceremony steeped in ancient Sith ritual, conducted within the dark side nexus of Freedon Nad's tomb on Onderon, Exar Kun and Ulick Qel-Droma forged a pact. Kun, as the discoverer of Sado's legacy and the wielder of the amulets, declared himself the Dark Lord of the Sith. Ulick Qel-Droma, with his military genius and formidable power, knelt and swore fealty, becoming Kun's foremost apprentice, the Sith's blade against the Republic. Together, they embodied the Sith ideal of power and ambition, united in their goal to shatter the Jedi Order and conquer the galaxy. The Sith War began in earnest, with a series of devastating strikes against the Jedi Order itself. Exar Kun, drawing upon the knowledge within Sado's amulets and the dark side energies of Yavin IV, perfected a terrifying technique, the ability to sever a Jedi's connection to the Force entirely. He dispatched Sith converts and dark side beasts, twisted by alchemy, to attack Jedi enclaves on worlds like Dantooine and Ossus. These assaults were not merely battles, they were targeted purges, designed to eliminate Jedi Masters and steal their knowledge, leaving the Order decapitated and demoralized. The Jedi Temple on Ossus, the ancient repository of Jedi wisdom and history, became a primary target. Kun, leading a contingent of his most powerful followers, assaulted the temple complex. Jedi Masters fell, their lightsabers no match for Kun's amplified dark side power and his mastery of Sith combat forms. The library, containing holocrons and scrolls dating back millennia, was plundered, its secrets added to Kun's growing arsenal of forbidden knowledge. While Kun struck at the heart of the Jedi, Ulick Qel-Droma waged a more conventional, but no less brutal, military campaign. He took command of the Krath forces, transforming them from a criminal syndicate into a disciplined Sith army. He conquered neighboring systems in the Empress Teta region, his tactical brilliance overwhelming Republic defenses. Planets fell under Sith control, their populations subjugated, their resources funneled into the growing Sith war machine. Ulick's ambition soon outstripped the Empress Teta sector. He set his sights on the Republic's core, dreaming of a grand assault on Coruscant itself. He forged alliances with disaffected factions within the Republic military and cunning Mandalorian clans, promising them power and glory in the new Sith Order. His combined fleet, a formidable mix of Krath warships, Mandalorian crusaders, and Republic turncoats, poised to strike at the heart of the galaxy. The Battle of Coruscant was a spectacle of chaos and destruction unseen since the Great Hyperspace War. Ulick's fleet emerged from hyperspace, unleashing devastating bombardments upon the planet's surface. Sith warriors and Mandalorians poured into the city planet, clashing with Republic guards and Jedi defenders in the streets and skyscrapers. The Jedi Temple itself came under attack, its defenders hard-pressed to hold back the relentless assault. In the midst of the battle, Ulick Qel-Droma confronted the Jedi Master Arca, Jeth, his former mentor who had tried desperately to pull him back from the dark side. The duel was personal and brutal, a clash of master and apprentice, light and dark. Despite Arca's wisdom and skill, Ulic's rage and dark side power proved overwhelming. He struck down Arcajeth, a devastating blow that shattered the morale of the Jedi forces. Emboldened by his victory, Ulic pushed deeper into the Republic's command center, seeking to capture the Supreme Chancellor and decapitate the Republic's leadership. However, his arrogance became his undoing. A combined force of Jedi, led by the formidable Master Vodosiask Bass and the young but prodigiously talented Nomi Sunrider, managed to trap and subdue him. Ulic Qel-Droma, the Sith's greatest general, was captured and taken into custody. His trial on Coruscant was a galactic event broadcast across the Republic. Ulic stood defiant, unrepentant, declaring the Sith's inevitable victory and the Jedi's weakness. He was sentenced to death for his crimes, a sentence that would have removed a key player from the Sith's grand design. But Exar Kun had not abandoned his apprentice. As the sentence was about to be carried out, Kun struck. Using the full terrifying power of the Sith amulets, he projected his spirit across the light years to Coruscant. He materialized in the courtroom, a spectral avatar of dark side energy, and unleashed a wave of power that shattered Ulic's bonds and incapacitated his guards. In a display of raw power that stunned the galaxy, Kun rescued Ulic, pulling him back to safety on Yavin 4 through the Force itself. The rescue of Ulic Qel-Droma was a profound humiliation for the Republic and the Jedi. It demonstrated the sheer, seemingly unstoppable power Exar Kun now wielded. Worse, it freed the Sith's most capable military leader to continue the war. The Sith, emboldened by this display, launched new offensives across the galaxy, pushing the Republic forces onto the defensive. Faced with the possibility of total defeat, the Jedi Council conceived of a desperate, risky plan. They learned that Exar Kun's power, while immense, was still anchored to the physical world through his body on Yavin 4 and the dark side nexus of the Massassi temples. If they could sever that connection, they could defeat him. The plan required a massive, coordinated ritual involving thousands of Jedi, channeling the light side of the Force to create a wall of pure light energy. The target of this ritual was not Kun himself, but the source of his greatest power. The ancient Sith flagship, belonging to Naga Sadow, buried deep within Yavin 4's largest jungle moon. Kun had discovered the ship and was attempting to reactivate its primary weapon, a superweapon capable of destroying stars. The Jedi ritual, focused from a distance, aimed to trigger a chain reaction within the ship's unstable power core. As the Jedi across the galaxy channeled their power, a wave of pure light side energy washed over Yavin 4. It struck the buried Sith ship, overloading its systems. The resulting explosion was cataclysmic, far beyond anything Kun had anticipated. It didn't just destroy the ship, it detonated the nearby Crone cluster stars in a chain reaction of supernovae. The blast wave of expanding energy and radiation vaporized the jungles of Yavin 4, scouring the surface clean. The Massassi temples were obliterated, the dark side nexus they housed shattered. Exar Kun, caught at the epicenter of the explosion, was consumed by the fireball. His physical body was utterly destroyed, his connection to the physical world severed in an instant. Yet Kun's spirit, steeped in Sith sorcery and empowered by the amulets, refused to be extinguished. As the physical destruction engulfed him, he performed a final desperate ritual, pouring his consciousness and dark side essence into the very stones of the great temple itself. He bound his spirit to the temple's ruins, preventing his final death but trapping him there, a spectral prisoner of his own making. The Dark Lord of the Sith was defeated, but his spirit endured, a malevolent presence haunting the ruins of Yavin 4. With Kun's defeat and the destruction of the Sith's primary base, the war rapidly collapsed. Ulic Qel-Droma, stripped of his master's guidance and witnessing the horrific consequences of the supernovae, was overcome by grief and remorse. He led Republic and Jedi forces to the remaining Sith strongholds, helping to eliminate the last pockets of resistance. The Great Sith War was over, but the galaxy was left scarred, its faith in the Jedi shaken, and the knowledge that the dark side, though defeated, had not been truly destroyed. The spirit of Exar Kun lingered on Yavin 4, a silent testament to the Sith's resilience, and the holocrons plundered from Ossus scattered, carrying the seeds of future darkness into the galaxy. The galaxy knew a fragile peace after Exar Kun's defeat, but shadows lingered in the Force. The Jedi Order worked to rebuild, yet the wounds of the Great Sith War ran deep, their confidence shaken by the darkness that had risen from within. On the edges of Republic space, a new threat began to stir, one that would test the Jedi's resolve in ways they never anticipated. This was the rise of the Mandalorian Neo-Crusaders, a warrior culture reformed and reforged into a terrifying military force. The Mandalorians, led by the charismatic and ruthless Mandalore the Ultimate, launched a brutal campaign of conquest across the Outer Rim. Their fleets cut through undefended worlds, their armies crushing planetary defenses with ruthless efficiency. They sought not resources or territory, but worthy opponents, a grand crusade to prove their supremacy over all other warriors. The Republic, slow to react and bogged down by bureaucracy, seemed powerless to stop their relentless advance. The Jedi Council, however, remained cautious. They sensed a deeper disturbance in the Force surrounding the Mandalorian conflict, a darkness that felt familiar yet elusive. They feared that engaging the Mandalorians directly would be a trap, that the true enemy was manipulating events from behind the scenes. They urged patience, advocating for diplomacy and defense rather than aggressive military action. This stance did not sit well with many younger, more impulsive Jedi Knights. Among them was Revan, a charismatic and brilliant strategist whose tactical genius was matched only by his connection to the Force. He watched in horror as the Mandalorians ravaged world after world, believing the Jedi's inaction was a moral failure. He argued passionately that the Jedi had a duty to protect the innocent, to stand against tyranny wherever it arose. Revan found a kindred spirit in his closest friend, Alek, later known as Malak. Malak shared Revan's outrage and his desire for action, a powerful Jedi Knight whose strength and loyalty were unquestioned. Together they began to speak out against the Council's decision, rallying other like-minded Jedi to their cause. They believed the Jedi Code demanded they fight, that peace could not be preserved through passivity in the face of such overwhelming aggression. Defying the Jedi Council's explicit orders, Revan and Malak took matters into their own hands. They issued a call to arms, urging any Jedi who felt the same to join them in defending the Republic. The response was overwhelming. Hundreds of Jedi Knights, disillusioned by the Council's perceived weakness and inspired by Revan's leadership, answered the call, forming a volunteer army known as the Revanchists. The Revanchists became a beacon of hope for the Republic. Revan's tactical brilliance turned the tide of the war in several key engagements. He understood the Mandalorian psychology, anticipating their strategies and countering their ferocity with superior tactics and coordination. Planets that had seemed lost were reclaimed, and the Mandalorian advance was finally slowed, then halted. Revan became a legend, a hero celebrated across the Republic. He was given command of a significant portion of the Republic fleet, his authority second only to the Supreme Chancellor. Yet, even as he achieved victory after victory, a subtle change began to take hold within him. The constant exposure to war, the necessity of making brutal decisions, the weight of so many lives on his shoulders, began to erode the idealism that had driven him to defy the Council. The Mandalorians, recognizing Revan as their greatest threat, consolidated their forces for a final decisive confrontation. They lured the Republic fleet to a remote, desolate world in the Outer Rim, a planet steeped in dark side energy, Malachor V. The Battle of Malachor V was the single bloodiest engagement of the entire war, a cataclysmic clash that would scar the planet and the souls of those who fought there. Revan, understanding the stakes, devised a plan to end the war once and for all. He ordered the activation of a superweapon known as the Mass Shadow Generator, a device designed by his Zabrak general Bel-Dur. The weapon created a powerful gravity well that crushed ships and pulled them into the planet's surface, causing immense devastation. As the generator activated, the Mandalorian fleet, along with a significant portion of the Republic fleet still caught in the gravity well, was annihilated. The battle ended, but the cost was horrific. Malak was left a broken, storm-racked world, its surface littered with the wreckage of thousands of ships. The echoes of death and suffering saturated the planet, creating a potent dark side nexus that would linger for millennia. Many Jedi who fought there were deeply scarred by the experience, their connection to the light side strained or shattered by the immense suffering they had witnessed and inflicted. Mandalore the Ultimate was killed in the battle, and the Mandalorian Neo-Crusaders were shattered as a unified force. The Republic had won the war thanks to Revan's ruthless tactics. Yet, Revan himself was profoundly changed by the experience of Malak. He had seen the depths of destruction he was capable of unleashing, and the power it represented. In the aftermath of the battle, Revan and Malak did not return to the Republic as conquering heroes. Instead, they took a small contingent of their most loyal followers and pursued the remnants of the Mandalorian fleet into the unknown regions. They claimed they were hunting down survivors to ensure the Mandalorian threat was truly eliminated. The Republic, grateful for the victory and weary of war, allowed them to depart, unaware of the true purpose of their journey. Revan and Malak's journey into the unknown regions was driven by more than just a desire to finish off the Mandalorians. Revan had been deeply affected by the dark side energies of Malak, and he had begun to sense a greater darkness lurking in the uncharted depths of space. He believed the Mandalorian wars were not an isolated conflict, but a prelude, a test orchestrated by a far more powerful and ancient enemy. He was determined to find this enemy, to understand the true source of the galactic turmoil. Their search led them far beyond the known galaxy, into a treacherous region of space haunted by gravitational anomalies and unpredictable hyperspace storms. They followed the trail of the Mandalorians, but also the whispers of the dark side, a cold, malevolent presence that grew stronger as they ventured deeper. Finally, after months of searching, their sensors detected a habitable world, hidden within a nebula that masked it from prying eyes. This world was Dromund Kaas, a planet shrouded in perpetual twilight, its surface dominated by dark, foreboding jungles and towering storm-lashed mountains. As Revan and Malak descended through the turbulent atmosphere, they felt the oppressive weight of the dark side pressing down on them, a palpable force that seemed to choke the very air. They had found what they were looking for, the hidden capital of a Sith Empire that had survived in secret for over 1,000 years. The Sith Empire on Dromund Kaas was not the scattered remnants of Naga Sadow's followers. It was a vast, powerful civilization, rebuilt in secret by the survivors of the Great Hyperspace War under the leadership of their immortal emperor, Vitiate. This emperor was not merely a powerful Sith Lord. He was a being who had consumed the life force of an entire planet, Nathema, to achieve immortality, becoming a wound in the Force itself. His empire had spent a millennium preparing, building its military, perfecting its dark side arts, and waiting for the perfect moment to strike back at the Republic. Revan and Malak, still celebrated as heroes of the Republic, approached Dromund Kaas cautiously. They were captured by Imperial patrols and brought before the Emperor himself. Vitiate, an ancient being radiating immense power and chilling calm, saw in these two powerful Jedi not enemies, but tools. He recognized their strength, their ambition, and the cracks in their armor left by the Mandalorian wars. The Emperor began a subtle, insidious process of breaking Revan and Malak's wills. He showed them visions of the Republic's corruption, of the Jedi Council's weakness, of the inevitable decay of a society built on flawed ideals. He spoke of the true power of the dark side, not as a tool of destruction, but as a means to impose order, to bring lasting peace to a chaotic galaxy through strength. He played upon their pride, their desire to protect the galaxy, twisting their noble intentions into a justification for domination. Revan, ever the strategist, saw the Emperor's power and realized the futility of direct resistance. He also saw an opportunity. He began to feign submission, playing the part of a converted Jedi, all while secretly plotting to turn the Sith Empire's power against itself. Malak, however, was more susceptible to the Emperor's influence, his own pride and desire for power making him an easier target for corruption. The Emperor, confident in his ability to control them, tasked Revan and Malak with a mission: to return to the Republic as his vanguards. Their goal was to find the ancient Starforge, a Rakatan superweapon capable of producing an infinite fleet, and use it to weaken the Republic from within. They were to act as Sith Lords, rallying followers, sowing discord, and preparing the galaxy for the Emperor's eventual return. It was a role Revan accepted, believing he could use the Starforge's power to destroy the Sith Empire once and for all. Revan and Malak were formally inducted into the Sith Order, taking on the titles and names of Dark Lords. Revan became Darth Revan, the name itself a symbol of his rebirth. Malak, his jaw already damaged in a prior battle and replaced with a crude metal prosthetic, became Darth Malak, his imposing stature and fierce loyalty to Revan, making him a terrifying figure. Together they departed Dromund Kaas, not as prisoners but as the Emperor's chosen agents, returning to the Republic they had once sworn to protect. Their return was not the triumphant homecoming the Republic expected. Darth Revan and Darth Malak arrived at the head of a fleet, not of Republic ships but of vessels crewed by fanatical followers they had gathered in the unknown regions. They openly declared their allegiance to the Sith, their crimson lightsabers ignited, their message clear: the age of the Republic was over. The heroes of the Mandalorian Wars had returned, but they were no longer heroes. They were the vanguard of a new, terrifying Sith invasion, and the galaxy was unprepared for the darkness they now embodied. The Jedi Civil War, later known simply as Revan's War, began not with a battle cry, but with a shattering betrayal that echoed across the Republic. The fleets commanded by Darth Revan and Darth Malak, once symbols of hope against the Mandalorians, now bore the crimson insignia of the Sith. They struck without warning, targeting Republic shipyards and supply depots with ruthless precision, their advanced tactics turning former allies into helpless prey. The galaxy watched in stunned disbelief as its greatest heroes became its most terrifying enemies. Revan's strategic genius, now honed by Sith ruthlessness, proved devastating. He exploited the Republic's overconfidence, its military still reorganizing after the Mandalorian conflict. World after world fell to the Sith onslaught, their defenses crumbling before Revan's coordinated assaults and Malak's brute force intimidation. The Jedi Order, already depleted by the Mandalorian Wars and Revan's defection, struggled to mount an effective defense. At the heart of Revan's war machine lay a secret of unimaginable power: the Starforge. This ancient Rakatan superweapon, hidden deep within the Lehun system, was a marvel of dark side technology and engineering. It drew energy and matter directly from a star, using the dark side to transmute raw materials into warships, droids, and weapons at an impossible rate. The Starforge was the source of Revan's endless fleet, the key to his seemingly inexhaustible resources. The Jedi Council knew they could not defeat Revan militarily, while the Starforge remained operational. Their only hope lay in capturing Revan himself, to learn the location of this superweapon and find a way to destroy it. A small Jedi strike team, led by the talented Bastila Shan, intercepted Revan's flagship during a battle above a planet called Taris. Bastila, renowned for her rare gift of battle meditation and ability to influence the morale of entire fleets, was key to the plan. The confrontation aboard Revan's command deck was fierce and chaotic. Jedi Knights fought against Revan's elite Sith guards, their lightsabers clashing in the dim red emergency lighting. Bastila focused her power, weaving the Force to disrupt Revan's command and create an opening. As Revan turned to face her, his former apprentice Malak, seeing an opportunity to seize power, ordered his own ship to fire upon Revan's flagship. The turbo laser strike was catastrophic, tearing through the bridge's viewport and engulfing the space in fire and debris. Bastila, sensing Revan's imminent death and the potential loss of crucial knowledge, acted instinctively. She reached out through the Force, wrapping Revan's shattered form in a cocoon of energy, pulling him from the wreckage even as Malak believed him destroyed. Revan was captured, his body broken, his mind a blank slate, the legendary Dark Lord reduced to an amnesiac prisoner. The Jedi Council faced an agonizing dilemma. Revan was too dangerous to simply imprison. His knowledge of the Sith and the Starforge was too valuable to lose. They devised a radical and risky plan to rebuild Revan's mind, not as the Sith Lord he had become, but as the Jedi he once was. Using a powerful Force technique, they erased his memories of the Sith, implanting a new identity and a deep-seated instinct to seek out the Starforge. Revan awoke aboard the Republic warship Enderspire, his mind a fog of fragmented images and a single, overwhelming purpose: to find the Starforge maps. He remembered nothing of his past as a Sith Lord, only the identity the Jedi had given him, a loyal Republic soldier with a natural affinity for the Force. Bastila Shan, assigned to watch over him, became his guide, her battle meditation a crucial asset in the coming mission. Together, they were tasked with following the trail Revan himself had laid, a path that would lead them across the galaxy. Their journey began in chaos when the Endar Spire was attacked by Malak's forces above Taris. Revan, Bastila, and a handful of survivors escaped to the planet's surface, finding themselves trapped in a city under Sith occupation. Taris became a crucible, forcing Revan to rediscover his latent abilities while navigating the planet's criminal underworld, its oppressive Sith garrison, and the desperate plight of its people. It was here that Revan began to assemble the unlikely group of allies who would follow him to the ends of the galaxy. Among them was Carthanesi, a decorated Republic soldier with a deep-seated hatred for traitors, especially Revan himself, though he didn't yet know the amnesiac's true identity. There was Mission Vao, a resourceful Twi'lek street urchin, and her Wookiee companion Zalbar, bound by a life debt. The cynical droid HK-47, a prototype assassin droid with a disturbingly enthusiastic attitude towards violence, joined them, his fragmented memory banks hinting at a past connection to Revan. Each companion brought unique skills and perspectives, slowly chipping away at the wall around Revan's buried past. The search for the Starforge maps led Revan and his companions from the Ecumenopolis of Taris to the desert world of Tatooine, and then to the lush, waterlogged planet of Kashyyyk. On each world, they faced not only Sith forces but also the guardians of the Rakatan artifacts, ancient droids still loyal to their long-dead masters, and dangerous native creatures corrupted by the dark side nexus surrounding the maps. Revan's innate connection to the Force grew stronger with each trial, his skills manifesting with an ease that sometimes unsettled Bastila. On Kashyyyk, deep within the planet's Shadowlands, Revan confronted a disturbing echo of his past. He encountered a Rakatan computer terminal containing fragmented data logs. As he accessed them, flashes of memory returned, not of his Jedi life, but of commanding Sith forces, of giving orders that led to suffering. The first cracks in the Jedi's carefully constructed identity began to appear, a flicker of the darkness lurking beneath the surface. The final piece of the map lay hidden on the ocean world of Manan, a neutral planet controlled by the Selkath and famous for its healing Kolto. Navigating the planet's complex politics and underwater research facility proved challenging. Revan and his team eventually retrieved the last map fragment, piecing together the coordinates to the Lehan system, the hidden location of the Rakatan homeworld and the Starforge. With the complete map, the journey to the heart of the Sith's power could begin. As they traveled through hyperspace towards Lehan, the pressure on Revan intensified. Visions became more frequent and vivid, memories of Malak, of Bastila, of the Starforge itself intruding upon his thoughts. Bastila, sensing his inner turmoil, grew increasingly concerned. Her own feelings for the man she knew complicated by the knowledge of who he had been. The fragile trust between them began to fray under the weight of secrets and the approaching confrontation. Lehan was a world of stark contrasts. Emerald oceans surrounding a single, storm-racked continent, dotted with the crumbling ruins of the ancient Rakatan. Infinite Empire. The atmosphere crackled with dark side energy, a palpable weight that pressed down on Revan's spirit, awakening buried instincts. Landing near the coast, Revan and his companions explored the overgrown stone temples, deciphering Rakatan inscriptions that spoke of the Empire's rise and its catastrophic fall, brought low by a plague that severed their connection to the Force. The Rakatan themselves, now degenerate descendants called the Black Rakata, were hostile and primitive, worshipping the Starforge as a god. Revan learned that to reach the Forge, He needed to prove his worth by passing trials set by the Rakatan elders, tests of strength, wisdom, and allegiance to the dark side. Each trial forced Revan to confront the darkness within him, to make choices that echoed his Sith past and tested the Jedi identity he had been given. It was during these trials that Darth Malak struck his most devastating blow. Learning of Revan's survival and location through the Force, he arrived in the Lihan system with a massive fleet. His primary target was not Revan, but Bastila Shan, whose battle meditation posed the greatest threat to his forces. Malak personally led the assault, his forces overwhelming the Republic ships and capturing Bastila as she tried to protect the escape pods carrying Revan's companions. Malak took Bastila aboard his flagship, the Leviathan. There he subjected her to relentless torture and manipulation, exploiting her fear, her pride, and her unacknowledged feelings for Revan. He showed her visions of the Republic's weakness, of the Jedi's hypocrisy, of the ultimate power the dark side offered. He preyed upon her desire to protect the galaxy, twisting it into a justification for embracing the Sith path. Revan, stranded on Lihan, but now aware of Bastila's capture, knew he had to act. Using his knowledge of Sith codes and Rakatan technology, he managed to commandeer a Rakatan vessel and pilot it off the planet. His destination was clear, the Starforge, orbiting Rekatep Prime, where Malak would surely bring Bastila, intending to turn her to the dark side and make her his new apprentice. The final confrontation was at hand. The Starforge was a sight of terrifying beauty and immense power. A vast, spacefaring factory shaped like a spiked sphere, it pulsed with dark side energy, drawing matter and power from the system's sun. Inside, its corridors hummed with the screams of the Force itself, as Rakatan machinery twisted life and energy into Sith warships at an alarming rate. It was a monument to the dark side's corrupting influence, a physical manifestation of power without restraint. Revan fought his way through the Starforge's defenses, facing legions of Sith soldiers, Dark Jedi, and monstrous creations forged by Rakatan alchemy. His memories continued to surface, clearer now, the identity of Darth Revan merging with the persona the Jedi had given him. He embraced the full truth of who he was, the fallen hero, the Sith Lord, but rejected the path of darkness Malak embodied. He sought not redemption through forgetting but through conscious choice, to atone for his past by destroying the weapon he had sought to control. At the heart of the Starforge, Revan found Bastila. But she was no longer the Jedi he knew. Clad in Sith armor, her eyes burning with dark side fervor, she had fully embraced Malak's teachings, believing it was the only way to save the galaxy from itself. She engaged Revan in a furious duel, her skill amplified by the Starforge's dark side energy and her own twisted passion. The duel between Revan and Bastila was intensely personal, a clash of lightsabers and ideologies. Revan fought not to destroy her but to reach the woman beneath the Sith facade, to remind her of the light she had served. He appealed to their shared past, to the bond forged during their journey, to the inherent goodness he knew still resided within her. Slowly, against the overwhelming power of the Starforge and Malak's conditioning, Bastila's resolve began to crack. Seeing Bastila's wavering faith, Revan seized the moment. He offered her not forgiveness but a chance at redemption through action, a way to use her battle meditation against Malak's fleet. Torn between her Sith indoctrination and the flicker of hope Revan offered, Bastila made her choice. She turned her power against the Sith fleet, creating chaos and confusion among Malak's forces, buying crucial time for the Republic. Enraged by Bastila's betrayal, Darth Malak confronted Revan on the Starforge's observation deck. The duel between the former master and apprentice was brutal and epic, a clash of titans fueled by years of rivalry, betrayal, and the dark side's corrupting power. Malak, drawing deeply on the Starforge's energy, seemed unstoppable, his attacks relentless, his strength augmented by the forge itself. Revan, though powerful, found himself outmatched. Malak had fully embraced the Sith path of pure power and domination, while Revan fought with the conflicting burdens of his past and his desire for a different future. As Malak gained the upper hand, Revan noticed the Jedi captive pods lining the chamber, living Jedi, their life force being drained by the Starforge to sustain Malak. Understanding Malak's source of power, Revan formulated a desperate plan. Instead of attacking Malak directly, Revan used the Force to destroy the Jedi captive pods one by one. With each pod destroyed, the flow of life force to Malak was severed, weakening him significantly. Deprived of the Starforge's direct augmentation, Malak's strength waned, his fury turning to desperation. Revan pressed his advantage, his skill and determination finally overwhelming the weakened Sith Lord. In the final moments of their duel, Malak lay defeated, mortally wounded. He looked up at Revan, his former master and friend, a flicker of regret in his eyes. He spoke of his jealousy, of his desire to surpass Revan, of how the dark side had consumed him. With his last breath, he acknowledged Revan's strength and the path he had chosen, a path Malak himself could no longer follow. With Malak's death, the dark side's hold over the Starforge weakened. Revan, aided by Bastila's battle meditation, now turned fully against the Sith fleet, ordered the Republic forces to concentrate their fire on the Forge's critical systems. The massive station, already unstable without Malak to fully control its dark side energies, began to overload. Explosions ripped through its structure, tearing it apart in a spectacular conflagration that consumed the remaining Sith fleet. The Jedi Civil War was over. Darth Revan had defeated his former apprentice, destroyed the Starforge, and shattered the Sith Empire he had built. Yet, victory felt hollow. The Republic was left devastated, billions dead, entire sectors in ruins. The Jedi Order was a shadow of its former self, its ranks decimated by war and defection. Revan, his memories fully restored, stood amidst the wreckage, a man burdened by the weight of unimaginable sins. He had been both the Republic's greatest hero and its most monstrous villain. He had saved the galaxy from Malak's tyranny, but he had also unleashed the horror of the Jedi Civil War in the first place. Redemption felt distant, perhaps impossible. In the quiet aftermath, as the Republic began the long process of rebuilding, Revan made a decision. He remembered the visions he had experienced on Dromund Kaas, the true source of the Sith threat, the Emperor Vitiate and his hidden empire in the unknown regions. Malak had been a pawn, a distraction. The real enemy was still out there, biding its time, preparing for an invasion that would make the Jedi Civil War seem like a skirmish. Revan knew he could not simply return to the Republic or the Jedi Order. His past was too stained, his knowledge too dangerous. He had to confront the darkness at its source, to venture back into the unknown regions and face the Emperor himself. It was a quest that meant almost certain death, a penance for the lives he had destroyed. Alone, leaving behind Bastila and his companions, Revan boarded a small ship and set a course for the uncharted depths of space. He vanished from known history, his fate a mystery. The Republic breathed a sigh of relief, believing the Sith threat ended with Malak's death and the Starforge's destruction. But Revan knew the truth. The darkness had merely retreated, not been extinguished, and he was the only one who remembered the true face of the enemy lurking in the shadows. The Jedi Civil War had ended, but the galaxy's wounds festered like infected wounds beneath scar tissue. The Republic, though victorious, was a hollowed-out shell, its treasury drained, its faith in heroes shattered by Revan's betrayal. The Jedi Order, already diminished by the Mandalorian Wars and Revan's defection, was now a scattered remnant, its temples echoing with the ghosts of fallen masters and knights. A fragile peace settled over the galaxy, a peace built on exhaustion and the belief that the Sith threat had been vanquished with Malak's death and the Starforge's destruction. This belief was a dangerous illusion. The dark side, like a resilient weed, finds purchase in the cracks left by devastation. In the power vacuum left by Revan and Malak's downfall, new horrors began to stir, drawn by the suffering and the lingering echoes of the dark side unleashed during the war. These were not heirs to Revan's empire, but something far more fractured, more desperate, and ultimately more terrifying. Three figures emerged from the shadows, each a twisted reflection of the dark side's potential, each bearing the scars of the Jedi Civil War. The first was Darth Sion, a figure who seemed more corpse than man. His body was a ruin, held together not by flesh and bone, but by pure, agonizing hatred and the dark side's corrupting power. He had been broken countless times on battlefields, yet his will, fueled by an undying rage against the Jedi and the galaxy itself, refused to let him die. Sion was the Lord of Pain, his existence a testament to the dark side's ability to defy death through sheer force of will. He felt every shattered bone, every torn muscle, every festering wound, yet he embraced the agony, using it as fuel for his power and his hatred. He became a symbol of relentless, unstoppable fury, a walking nightmare who could not be killed by conventional means. His very presence radiated suffering, a palpable aura that could break the spirit of even the strongest Jedi. The second figure was Darth Nihilus, and his nature was even more alien and terrifying. Nihilus was not merely a man corrupted by the dark side. He was a wound in the Force itself. During the war's climax, likely on Malak or Vith, he had experienced a trauma so profound, a loss so absolute, that it had shattered his connection to life. He survived only by becoming a void, a black hole that consumed the Force and the life energy of others to sustain his own hollow existence. Nihilus required constant feeding. He devoured entire planets, drawing the life force from every living being, leaving behind barren, lifeless rocks drifting in space. He communicated not through words, but through a dark side telepathy that echoed with the emptiness within him. His hunger was insatiable, a driving force that made him the ultimate predator, a Sith Lord who saw the galaxy not as a domain to rule, but as a feast to consume. The third figure, and perhaps the most dangerous, was Darth Traya. Once known as Kreia, she had been a respected Jedi historian and a revanchist, a teacher who had followed Revan to war only to be disillusioned by both the Jedi Council's inaction and Revan's fall. She had walked the path of the Sith, becoming a master of manipulation and betrayal, her true allegiance always hidden. Kreia was the Lady of Betrayal, a Sith Lord who saw betrayal not as a vice, but as the purest expression of the dark side's core tenet, survival of the fittest. Kreia possessed a keen intellect and a deep understanding of both Jedi and Sith philosophies, which she now utterly rejected. She saw the Force itself as a capricious, manipulative entity, a god that played with sentient lives for its own inscrutable purposes. Her ultimate goal was not conquest, but destruction. The destruction of the Force itself, to free the galaxy from its influence and the endless cycle of light and dark conflict it engendered. She was a nihilist with the power of a Sith Lord, a truly terrifying combination. These three powerful, fractured beings found a common purpose in their hatred for the Jedi Order and the Republic they saw as complicit in the galaxy's suffering. They formed an alliance unlike any Sith hierarchy before or since, the Sith Triumvirate. There was no single Dark Lord. Instead, they ruled as a council of three equals, pooling their unique and terrifying powers to achieve their shared goal, the complete and utter annihilation of the Jedi. They abandoned the traditional Darth title for a time, simply ruling as the Lords of the Sith, a united front of pure darkness. Their campaign began subtly, a shadow war, fought across the galaxy's fringes. They targeted isolated Jedi enclaves, Jedi scholars on remote worlds, and knights traveling alone. Darth Sion led the hunt, his undead form and relentless terror making him the perfect executioner. He would appear without warning, his mere presence enough to paralyze his victims with fear before he tore them apart, feeding his own agony and hatred with their deaths. Darth Nihilus struck with the impersonal devastation of a natural disaster. He would appear in orbit above a Jedi stronghold or a world harboring Force sensitives. Then, he would unleash his terrible power, draining the planet of all life and Force energy in a matter of moments. The Jedi on the surface would feel their connection to the Force wither and die, their bodies aging rapidly before turning to dust, leaving behind silent, empty worlds as the only testament to their existence. Darth Traya orchestrated the campaign from the shadows, her web of influence extending far beyond the Triumvirate's direct actions. She manipulated the Republic's bureaucracy, sowed distrust among its leaders, and turned surviving Jedi against each other through whispers and planted evidence. She understood that destroying the Jedi required not just killing them, but destroying their reputation, their support, and the very ideals they stood for. She was the architect of their downfall, ensuring the Triumvirate's blows landed where they would hurt most. The Jedi Order, already weakened, found itself reeling under this unprecedented assault. They were accustomed to fighting armies or powerful Sith Lords, not an enemy that struck from the shadows, consumed worlds, and turned their own strengths against them. Communication between surviving Jedi became difficult as the Triumvirate hunted down couriers and disrupted their networks. Fear began to spread, a poison more corrosive than any dark side power, paralyzing the Order's ability to mount a coordinated defense. The Triumvirate's power grew with each Jedi they killed, each world they consumed. They established a base of operations on Malachor Thi, the planet already scarred by Revan's superweapon and saturated with dark side energy. The Traeus Academy, a hidden complex deep within the planet's storm-lashed core, became their fortress and training ground. There, they began converting captured Jedi and Force sensitives into Sith assassins, warriors trained in stealth, deception, and techniques specifically designed to hunt and kill Jedi. The First Jedi Purge, as it became known, was not a swift war, but a slow, grinding extermination. Jedi were hunted relentlessly, their sanctuaries violated, their secrets plundered. The Great Jedi Temple on Coruscant stood empty and silent, a monument to a fallen order. The galaxy at large barely noticed, too consumed with its own recovery, and the Triumvirate's subtle manipulations to realize the Guardians of Peace were being systematically erased. Hope seemed all but lost. The Jedi Order was on the brink of extinction, its numbers reduced to a handful of scattered, terrified survivors. The Sith Triumvirate, led by the undying Scion, the world-devouring Nihilus, and the manipulative Trier, appeared unstoppable. The galaxy teetered on the edge of a new dark age, one where the light of the Jedi had been utterly extinguished. Into this desolate landscape stepped a figure from the past, a ghost of the Mandalorian Wars, the Jedi exile. This individual, once a Jedi general who had served under Revan, had been present at the Battle of Malachor. Horrified by the carnage unleashed by the mass shadow generator, the exile had severed their own connection to the Force, casting aside their lightsaber and walking away from the Order and the war. They had wandered the Outer Rim for years, a hollow shell, disconnected from the energy that had defined their life. The exile's return was not a triumphant homecoming, but a reluctant reawakening. Drawn back into the galaxy's events by a series of attacks and the growing darkness they could feel, even without the Force, the exile found themselves aboard the Republic Harbinger. There they were targeted by the Sith assassins, forcing them to flee and seek answers. Their journey led them to Perigus II, a mining facility where they encountered the cynical droid HK-47, reactivated and bearing fragmented memories of his former master, Revan. The exile's unique nature became apparent. Though severed from the Force, they possessed an innate ability to form powerful Force bonds with others, bonds that could heal, strengthen, and even influence those around them. This ability began to draw other Force sensitives to them, survivors of the Purge seeking refuge and purpose. The exile became an unwitting beacon, slowly gathering a small crew of companions, each bearing their own scars from the wars and the Purge. Among them was Atan Rand, a cynical, sarcastic pilot with a hidden past as a Sith hunter, who had defected. There was Bao Dur, the Zabrak engineer, who had built the mass shadow generator, carrying the guilt of Malachor Vithei and a remote controlled by his thoughts. The handmaiden Brianna, a warrior from the Ekani serving Atris, a Jedi master in hiding, joined them, sworn to protect the exile. Each companion represented a facet of the galaxy's pain and a potential path towards redemption or destruction. The exile's journey took them across the galaxy, following the trail of the Sith Triumvirate and seeking out the few surviving Jedi Masters. They found Master Kavar on Onderon, embroiled in a political struggle but aware of the greater Sith threat. They located Master Vruk on Dantooine, struggling to maintain a Jedi enclave amidst the planet's devastation. Master Zez-Kyle was discovered on Nar Shaddaa, disillusioned and hiding among the refugees, questioning the Jedi's role in the galaxy's suffering. Each master offered pieces of the puzzle, warnings about the Triumvirate's power, and insights into the exile's unique condition. They spoke of the wound in the Force created at Malak, a wound that had allowed the exile to survive severing their connection and now drew the Sith to them. They revealed the nature of the Triumvirate, Sion's pain, Nihilus's hunger, and Tria's betrayal. They urged caution, believing the exile's ability to form bonds was dangerous, a potential path back to the dark side. The exile's path inevitably led them into direct confrontation with the Triumvirate's agents. They fought Sith assassins on Telos, uncovering a plot to destroy the planet's restoration project. They faced Darth Nihilus himself when he attacked the planet Qatar, a Miraluka colony teeming with Force sensitives, drawn there like a moth to a flame. Though the exile and their companions survived the encounter, witnessing Nihilus's devastating power firsthand, they realized the magnitude of the threat they faced. The climax of the exile's journey brought them back to the source of their pain and power, Malak. Guided by the Force bonds they had formed and the lingering echoes of Revan's presence, they descended to the storm-racked planet's surface. They fought their way through the horrors of the Traeus Academy, facing legions of Sith assassins and twisted dark side abominations. The very air crackled with dark side energy, a constant assault on their spirit and resolve. Within the Academy's depths, the exile confronted the members of the Sith Triumvirate, one by one. They faced Darth Sion in a brutal duel that tested their endurance and their understanding of pain. The exile, instead of trying to destroy Sion's body, used their unique ability to form bonds, reaching out to him through the Force. They showed Sion the futility of his endless agony, the emptiness of his hatred, offering him the release of true death. Touched by the exile's compassion and the connection they forged, Sion's will finally broke. He let go of his rage, his hatred, and his dark side-fueled existence. His body, no longer held together by sheer force of will, crumbled into dust, ending his millennia of suffering. The Lord of Pain found peace at last, not through victory, but through surrender. Next, the exile confronted Darth Nihilus aboard his flagship, the Ravager, orbiting Malak. Nihilus, sensing the exile's unique nature as a wound in the Force, sought to consume them, believing they would finally sate his endless hunger. The battle was unlike any other, fought not just with lightsabers but against the very void Nihilus represented. The exile, drawing strength from their companions and their own unique connection to life, resisted Nihilus's drain, turning his power back on him. Unable to consume the exile, Nihilus found his own hunger turned against him. The dark side energies sustaining him destabilized, consuming the void from within. The Lord of Hunger dissolved into nothingness, his existence finally extinguished, leaving behind only silence and the wreckage of his flagship, which the exile's companions destroyed. The galaxy was freed from his insatiable appetite. Finally, the exile reached the heart of the Traeus Academy, confronting the mastermind of the Triumvirate, Darth Traya. Traya awaited them, calm and composed, ready for the final debate as much as the final battle. She spoke not of conquest or power, but of her philosophy, her rejection of the Force, and her belief that the exile represented a new possibility, a being who could wield the Force's power without being enslaved by its will. The confrontation was a clash of ideologies as much as a duel. Traya used her mastery of the Force and her knowledge of the exile's past, probing their doubts and challenging their beliefs. She revealed her ultimate plan, to use the echoes of Malak amplified by the Academy to create a cataclysm that would deafen the galaxy to the Force, achieving her goal of destroying its influence. The exile, drawing on the bonds forged with their companions and their own hard-won understanding, fought back, not just with a lightsaber, but with conviction in the Jedi ideals of compassion and connection. In the end, the exile defeated Darth Traya, not by killing her, but by shattering her philosophy and her will. They proved that the Force, while capable of terrible manipulation, was also a source of connection, strength, and hope. Mortally wounded, Traya acknowledged the exiles' strength and the potential they represented. With her last breaths, she used her power to sever the Sith Triumvirate's remaining connections to the dark side nexus of Malachor Verth, ensuring its power could not be easily reclaimed. The defeat of the Sith Triumvirate marked the end of the first Jedi Purge. The immediate threat was gone. Darth Nihilus and Traya were no more. The Sith assassins scattered, their leadership destroyed. The Jedi exile, their companions, and the few surviving Jedi Masters began the slow, arduous task of rebuilding the Order, learning from the mistakes of the past. Yet, as the exile stood on the surface of Malachor Thi watching the storms rage over the planet that had shaped so much of their destiny and the galaxy's suffering, a profound sense of unease remained. They had defeated a symptom of the darkness, not the disease itself. The ancient Sith Emperor Vitiate, the true architect of Revan's fall and the hidden power lurking in the unknown regions, remained untouched, his empire growing stronger in the shadows. The Triumvirate was fallen, but the legacy of the Sith endured, a shadow stretching back millennia and forward into an uncertain future, waiting for the next spark to ignite the flames of war once more. The galaxy entered an era known as the Dark Age, a millennium-long shadow cast by the lingering embers of the Sith Triumvirate's defeat. The Republic, though freed from the immediate terror of Sion, Nihilus and Traya, was a fractured, exhausted entity. Its central authority weakened, hyperspace lanes became perilous, and worlds left to fend for themselves descended into lawlessness or warlordism. This pervasive instability became fertile ground for the dark side, which seeped back into the galaxy not as a unified empire, but as countless brushfires of conflict ignited by ambitious individuals drawn to its power. The first significant spark came from a fallen Jedi named Darth Revan. Once a respected Jedi Master, Sidious, he became obsessed with forbidden knowledge, delving into Sith holocrons and artifacts. He became obsessed with forbidden knowledge, delving into Sith holocrons and artifacts hidden away after previous conflicts. He rejected the Jedi Code's restrictions, seeing them as shackles preventing true understanding of the Force's full potential. Gathering a small following of like-minded dissidents and disillusioned Jedi, Sidious declared himself Darth Revan, embracing the Sith title and legacy openly. Revan's actions shattered the fragile peace that had settled after the Jedi Civil War. He and his followers, the first true Sith Lords to emerge in centuries, launched a campaign of terror and conquest. They targeted isolated Republic worlds, seizing resources, converting Force sensitives through fear and temptation, and establishing small, brutal fiefdoms. Revan's success, though limited, proved that the Sith ideal was not dead. It had merely been dormant, waiting for a catalyst to reignite the flames of war. The Jedi Order, still rebuilding from the Purge, responded swiftly, but found itself stretched thin. Revan's conflict was not a single war, but the beginning of a new, devastating cycle. His defeat by a Jedi task force did not end the threat. Instead, it scattered his followers and his stolen Sith knowledge across the galaxy like seeds on the wind. Wherever these fragments landed, new Sith cults and warlords arose, each claiming Revan's legacy and waging their own localized wars against the Republic and each other. Thus began the new Sith Wars, a sprawling, chaotic period spanning nearly 1,000 years. It was not a continuous conflict, but a series of brutal, interconnected wars and uprisings. Sith Lords rose, carved out domains, clashed with Republic forces and Jedi champions, and inevitably fell, often betrayed by rivals or consumed by their own dark side power. The galaxy became a patchwork of battlegrounds, with the Republic constantly fighting brushfires while the Jedi Order served as its beleaguered guardians, its numbers perpetually depleted by the endless conflict. Worlds like Coruscant bore the scars of this long struggle, their skylines pockmarked by the ruins of battles fought centuries apart. Outer Rim territories became notorious havens for Sith warlords, their populations living under constant fear and oppression. The Jedi, forced to become generals and soldiers, saw their traditions erode, their focus shifting inward towards survival and combat, away from the deeper exploration of the Force. The light side seemed to dim under the relentless pressure of the dark. Amidst this seemingly endless cycle of rise and fall, a new, more organized Sith movement began to coalesce. A charismatic and powerful Sith Lord named Lord Khan emerged, uniting many of the disparate Sith factions under a single banner. Khan recognized that the Sith's greatest weakness, the reason they always ultimately failed, was their infighting, their greed, and their adherence to the rule of two, which left them vulnerable. He proposed a radical departure from Sith tradition. Khan founded the Brotherhood of Darkness. This was not a lineage of master and apprentice, but a collective, a council of Sith Lords ruling as equals. He abandoned the Darth title, believing it fostered individual ambition over the group's strength. Instead, all members were simply Lords of the Sith, bound by a shared ideology and a common goal, the utter destruction of the Jedi Order and the Galactic Republic. The Brotherhood's philosophy was seductive to many Sith. It promised strength through unity, power through cooperation, and an end to the self-destructive betrayals that had plagued the Sith for millennia. Khan preached that the Sith's destiny was not to be hidden masters, but to rule openly as a dark pantheon, bringing order to the galaxy through their collective might. He attracted hundreds of powerful Sith Lords, Dark Jedi and Force-sensitive warriors to his cause, forming an army of unprecedented size and cohesion. Under Khan's leadership, the Brotherhood of Darkness launched a massive, coordinated offensive against the Republic. This was not a series of raids, but a full-scale war. Sith fleets surged into Republic space, conquering entire sectors and pushing the Republic forces back towards the core worlds. The scale of the threat was unlike anything seen since the days of Revan or Exar Kun, and the Republic teetered on the brink of collapse. The Jedi Order, recognizing the existential threat, mobilized its full strength. They formed the Army of Light, a dedicated military force composed of Jedi Knights and Masters, led by the respected and powerful Jedi Lord Hoth. Hoth was a seasoned commander, a veteran of countless skirmishes during the New Sith Wars, known for his unwavering resolve and tactical brilliance. The Army of Light became the Republic's shield and sword, engaging the Brotherhood's forces in desperate, large-scale battles across the galaxy. The war between the Brotherhood of Darkness and the Army of Light raged for years, a devastating conflict that engulfed countless worlds. Planets were scoured by orbital bombardments, their populations caught in the crossfire between the dark side's fury and the light's desperate defense. Jedi and Sith fell in droves, their lightsabers clashing in the ruins of cities in the depths of space. The galaxy became a charnel house, the air thick with the stench of ozone, burnt flesh and the raw energy of the Force being twisted for destruction. Khan proved a capable strategist, but the inherent flaws in his Brotherhood began to surface. Despite his rhetoric of equality, the Sith Lords under his command still harbored immense ambition and distrust. They vied for position within the Brotherhood, hoarded resources, and sometimes pursued their own agendas, undermining Khan's authority and the unity of the war effort. The dark side's nature, emphasizing individual power and passion, worked against the very concept of a cooperative brotherhood. The conflict's climax drew both factions to a single fateful world, Ruusan, a lush, temperate planet in the mid-rim. Ruusan became the stage for the final cataclysmic confrontation between light and dark. The Brotherhood of Darkness gathered its entire remaining fleet and army on Ruusan, prepared for a decisive battle. The Army of Light, led by Lord Hoth, answered the challenge, arriving in force to end the Sith threat once and for all. The Seventh Battle of Ruusan was a brutal, grinding war of attrition fought in the planet's dense forests. Deep valleys and open plains, trenches were dug, fortifications erected, and the planet's serene landscape was transformed into a nightmarish hellscape of mud, blood, and blaster fire. Jedi and Sith clashed in brutal melee combat amidst the chaos, their powers amplified by the planet's growing dark side nexus, fueled by the immense suffering and death. The battle raged for weeks, then months, with neither side able to gain a decisive advantage. As the stalemate dragged on, Lord Khan grew increasingly desperate and paranoid. He saw his brotherhood fracturing under the strain, his authority challenged by powerful rivals like the cunning Darth Bane. The losses were mounting, and the Army of Light, though battered, remained resolute. Khan knew that a conventional victory was slipping away, and in his desperation, he turned to a weapon of last resort, a secret hidden within the deepest Sith lore, the Thought Bomb. The Thought Bomb was an ancient horrific Sith ritual, a weapon of pure dark side energy designed to annihilate the spirits of Force sensitives within its blast radius. It required the combined power and focused will of many Sith Lords to unleash. Khan, convinced it was the only way to achieve victory, gathered his most powerful followers in a deep cavern beneath Ruusan's surface. He proposed the ritual, framing it as the ultimate expression of their unity and power, the final strike that would obliterate the Jedi and secure their dominion. Not all the Sith Lords were convinced. Darth Bane, a powerful and perceptive Sith Lord who had long believed the Brotherhood's philosophy was fundamentally flawed, saw the Thought Bomb for what it was, not a weapon of victory, but a suicide pact. He argued vehemently against it, knowing it would consume not just the Jedi, but the Sith who unleashed it as well. He saw it as the ultimate proof of the Brotherhood's weakness and Khan's desperation. Khan, blinded by his pride and desperation, dismissed Bane's warnings as cowardice and treachery. He accused Bane of lacking faith in the Brotherhood and its destiny. Enraged by Bane's defiance and fearing his influence, Khan ordered the other Sith Lords to restrain Bane and prevent him from interfering. Bane, realizing he could not stop them, feigned submission, secretly plotting his escape while the others prepared for the ritual. High above the cavern, on the planet's surface, the battle raged on. Lord Hoth and the Jedi of the Army of Light sensed a terrible disturbance in the Force, a gathering darkness of unprecedented magnitude emanating from below. They realized the Sith were preparing something catastrophic, but they were too deeply engaged in the fighting to disengage and investigate. Hoth ordered his forces to press the attack, hoping to break the Sith lines before whatever dark ritual could be completed. Deep within the cavern, Kanan and his followers began the chant. They pooled their dark side energies, focusing their collective will, their hatred, their fear, and their desire for annihilation into a single, seething point of power. The air crackled, the stone walls groaned, and the very light seemed to be sucked into the growing vortex of dark energy they were creating. The Thought Bomb began to form, a swirling sphere of pure malevolence, pulsating with the combined life force and hatred of the Sith Lords. Sensing the ritual nearing its climax, Darth Bane made his move. Using a pre-prepared Sith technique, he shrouded himself in the dark side, masking his presence and slipping past his distracted brethren. He fled the cavern, ascending through hidden tunnels and emerging onto the surface far from the epicenter of the ritual. He found a secure vantage point, watching from a distance as the culmination of Khan's madness unfolded. With a final deafening psychic scream that echoed across the Force, Khan and his followers unleashed the Thought Bomb. A wave of pure dark side energy erupted from the cavern, expanding outwards in an invisible sphere of annihilation. It swept across the battlefield, engulfing the Army of Light and the remaining Sith forces on the surface. Jedi and Sith alike screamed as their connection to the Force was violently severed, their spirits ripped from their bodies and consumed by the bomb's destructive energy. The effect was instantaneous and absolute. Thousands of Jedi and Sith, including Lord Hoth and Lord Khan, were annihilated in an instant. Their bodies crumbled to dust, their lightsabers deactivating and clattering to the ground. The battlefield fell silent, the only sounds the crackling of fires and the moans of the few non-Force sensitive soldiers who had survived the psychic backlash. The seventh Battle of Ruusan ended not with a victor's cheer, but with the eerie silence of mass death. Darth Bane, watching from his hidden position, felt the wave of death wash over him, a chilling testament to the power and the folly of the dark side. He had survived, the only Sith Lord to escape the destruction. The Brotherhood of Darkness was gone, consumed by its own desperate weapon. The Army of Light was destroyed, the Jedi Order decimated to a mere handful of survivors scattered across the galaxy. The Republic, though spared the direct force of the Thought Bomb, was left leaderless and reeling. The Ruusan Reformation was enacted, dismantling the Republic's standing armies and placing defense primarily in the hands of the Jedi Order, which was now a shadow of its former self. The galaxy breathed a collective sigh of relief, believing the Sith threat had finally, utterly been extinguished by the Brotherhood's own self-destruction on Ruusan. They celebrated the end of the new Sith Wars, hoping for a lasting peace. But Darth Bane knew the truth. He walked away from the ruins of Ruusan, a solitary figure, carrying the legacy of the Sith within him. He had witnessed the Brotherhood's failure, seen how their numbers, their infighting, and their rejection of the Sith's core principles had led to their annihilation. In the ashes of Ruusan, Bane had an epiphany, a vision for the future of the Sith that would ensure their survival and ultimate victory, a philosophy built on stealth, patience, and absolute control, the rule of two. Darth Bane walked away from the skeletal remains of Ruusan, the only Sith Lord to escape the thought bomb's annihilation. The air still tasted of ozone and something else, something acrid and wrong, the lingering psychic scream of 1,000 Force spirits consumed in an instant. He felt no triumph, only a cold, hard certainty settling in his bones like frost. The Brotherhood of Darkness had proven him right. Their numbers, their chaotic greed, their rejection of the Sith's true nature had led them to self-destruction. He journeyed to the harsh, jungle moon of Jixun, orbiting the Sith tomb world of Onderon, a place steeped in the dark side and far from prying eyes. Here, amidst the ruins of an ancient Mandalorian base and the oppressive humidity that seemed to choke the light itself, Bane began the true work. He meditated for days, weeks, poring over the fragmented Sith holocrons he had salvaged, the knowledge of Naga Sado, Freeden Nad, and countless others who had risen and fallen. He synthesized their wisdom, their mistakes, and his own brutal experiences on Ruusan into a new terrifying philosophy. This philosophy became the rule of two. Bane understood that the Sith's downfall was always internal. The Master's fear of the apprentice's ambition, the apprentice's impatience to seize power, the constant infighting that weakened them against external threats. The answer was not more Sith but fewer. Only two Sith Lords would exist at any given time, a master to embody the power, the knowledge, the patience, and an apprentice to crave it, to learn, to grow stronger, and ultimately to challenge and replace the master. It was a cycle of strength, not stagnation. The master would train the apprentice in all aspects of the dark side, pushing them to their limits, forging them into a weapon worthy of inheriting the Sith legacy. The apprentice, driven by ambition and the dark side's inherent hunger for power, would constantly seek to surpass their master, ensuring the line grew stronger with each generation. When the apprentice became powerful enough to defeat the master, they would take the title and the cycle would begin anew with their own chosen successor. This radical restructuring required absolute secrecy. The Sith could no longer be conquerors riding war beasts. They had to become shadows, whispers, puppet masters manipulating the galaxy from behind the scenes. Bane knew the Jedi believed the Sith extinct after Ruusan, and he intended to foster that belief, letting them grow complacent while the true Sith lineage endured in darkness. The grand plan was born, a millennia-long conspiracy to erode the Republic, corrupt the Jedi, and create the conditions for the Sith's ultimate return to power. To begin the cycle, Bane needed an apprentice. He found her on the war-torn planet of Somov-Reet, a young girl named Zena, whose raw, untamed power in the dark side had manifested violently, protecting her family from marauders, but also terrifying them. Bane saw in her not just power but a simmering anger, a survivor's instinct, and a deep well of potential that could be shaped by the Sith way. He took her from her family not with force but with the promise of understanding and control over the terrifying power she possessed. Zana became Darth Zana, Bane's first apprentice under the rule of two. Her training was brutal, relentless, conducted in the wilds of Jixun and later in hidden sanctuaries across the galaxy. Bane taught her Sith sorcery, alchemy, lightsaber combat, and the core philosophies of the dark side: passion, strength, freedom from constraints. He taught her to harness her fear, her anger, her grief, turning them into fuel for her power, forging her into a true Sith Lord, cold and calculating beneath a veneer of youthful intensity. Their relationship was fraught with the inherent tension of the rule of two. Zannah respected Bane's power and knowledge, but she also craved his position, his mastery. Bane in turn pushed her relentlessly, testing her, knowing that one day she would try to kill him, as the rule demanded. This constant, unspoken duel between them was the crucible in which Zannah's Sith identity was forged, a dance of teacher and student, predator and prey. Bane also began the meticulous process of destroying the past. He hunted down and destroyed every known Sith holocron he could find, save for those he deemed essential for the grand plan. He erased records, eliminated surviving Sith cults that clung to the Brotherhood's failed ideals, and purged any trace of the old ways. The Sith had to be reborn, not remembered. Their history had to become a myth, a cautionary tale, the Jedi told themselves, while the true lineage operated in absolute secrecy. The decades passed, marked by Zannah's growth and Bane's patient manipulation of galactic events. They operated from the shadows, influencing key figures, sowing discord in the Republic's nascent bureaucracy, and subtly testing the Jedi's vigilance. Bane, using his immense knowledge of the dark side, even discovered a way to transfer his consciousness into a new body, seeking a form of immortality to ensure the grand plan's continuity, though the ritual was complex and dangerous. Zannah watched, learned, and waited for the moment her own power would eclipse his. That moment came on the planet of Tython, within a hidden Sith sanctuary steeped in dark side energy. Zannah, believing Bane's plans for immortality would make him impossible to challenge, orchestrated events to draw him into a confrontation. She used her mastery of Sith sorcery, conjuring illusions and summoning dark side entities to attack Bane, testing his defenses and exploiting his focus on the transfer ritual. The duel was fierce, a clash of Bane's raw power and Zannah's cunning sorcery, master and apprentice locked in a battle to the death as the rule of two demanded. Zannah ultimately prevailed, not by overwhelming force, but by exploiting Bane's momentary distraction during the complex ritual. She unleashed a wave of dark side energy that disrupted the transfer, causing Bane's spirit to be torn apart, his consciousness dissolving before it could anchor in the new body. Darth Bane, the architect of the rule of two, was dead. Zannah stood alone, the new Dark Lord of the Sith, the sole keeper of the grand plan, her first act as master to secure Bane's holocrons and begin the search for her own apprentice. The lineage continued. Zannah took an apprentice, a cunning Iktachi named Darth Cognis, who had been an assassin for the Jedi-hunting Sith cult known as the Macroza Order, before Zannah recruited her. Cognis was pragmatic, patient, and possessed a unique force sensitivity that allowed her to perceive the intentions of others, making her an ideal infiltrator and manipulator. Under Zannah's tutelage, she embraced the Sith path, learning the arts of deception and stealth crucial for the grand plan's next phase. Centuries slid by like sand through an hourglass. The Republic reformed, after Ruusan, disbanding its standing armies, and placing its defense primarily in the hands of the Jedi Order, which slowly rebuilt its numbers and traditions. The Jedi, believing the Sith extinct, grew complacent, their focus shifting more towards diplomacy, exploration, and scholarly pursuits than the vigilant watchfulness of earlier eras. This complacency was exactly what the Sith, operating through Cognis and her successors, sought to cultivate. The Sith Lords who followed Cognis, Darth Vectivus, a former corporate magnate who turned to the dark side, seeking knowledge and power beyond material wealth, and later Darth Plagueis, a Mayoon obsessed with the scientific manipulation of life and death, continued the grand plan with meticulous patience. They did not seek open conflict. Instead, they infiltrated and corrupted the pillars of Republic power. Vectivus used his influence within the powerful Trade Federation and other corporate entities to sow economic instability and create dependencies that could be leveraged. Plagueis delved deeper into the mysteries of the Force, seeking to unlock its most fundamental secrets through experimentation. Darth Plagueis became a pivotal figure in the lineage. A Moon, he brought a cold, analytical intellect to the Sith path. viewing the dark side not just as a source of power, but as a field of scientific study. He became obsessed with midi-chlorians, the microscopic life forms that facilitated communication with the Force, believing they held the key to manipulating life itself, to achieving immortality. He conducted horrific experiments, seeking to influence midi-chlorian counts to create life or prevent death, delving into realms of Sith alchemy and biology that bordered on blasphemy. Plagueis' master was Darth Nihilus, a Sith Lord, who shared Plagueis' scientific bent but lacked his ambition and ruthlessness. Nihilus focused on long-term genetic manipulation of the species, seeking to create a race of powerful Force sensitives loyal to the Sith. Plagueis, recognizing the limitations of Nihilus' vision and seeing an opportunity, eventually betrayed his master, orchestrating a scenario that led to Nihilus' death in a mining accident, making it appear as if the Sith Lord's own experiments had backfired catastrophically. Plagueis then took his place as the Dark Lord, inheriting Nihilus' resources and turning his full attention to his own research and the grand plan. Operating from his private estate on the Monin-controlled world of Sojourn, Plagueis continued his experiments in secret. He also leveraged the immense financial power of the intergalactic banking clan, which the Monin largely controlled, to manipulate galactic markets and fund political movements that destabilized the Republic. He was a master of long-term strategy, patient beyond measure, willing to wait decades for a political seed he planted to bear fruit. His influence was vast, yet utterly invisible, known only to his apprentice and a few trusted disposable agents. The rule of two demanded an apprentice, and Plagueis found one in the most unlikely of places, the planet Naboo. Through his agents and his own foresight, Plagueis became aware of a young human named Sheev Palpatine, who exhibited not only immense Force sensitivity but also a brilliant, ruthless intellect and a deep-seated ambition that resonated perfectly with the dark side. Palpatine was a member of Naboo's noble house, but he chafed under the planet's pacifist traditions and the perceived weakness of the Republic. He craved power, order, and the freedom to impose his will upon the galaxy. Plagueis began Palpatine's Sith training subtly, at first, testing his resolve, his capacity for deception, and his hunger for power. He revealed himself to Palpatine not as a savior, but as a key to unlocking the young man's true potential. He taught him the history of the Sith, the failures of the Jedi, and the core tenets of the dark side, all while Palpatine maintained his public persona as a mild-mannered, ambitious politician. Palpatine proved to be an exceptional student, absorbing Plagueis' teachings with frightening speed and adding his own brand of cunning and sadism to the Sith philosophy. Palpatine took the Sith name Darth Sidious. His training accelerated under Plagueis' guidance, mastering lightsaber combat, Sith sorcery, and the arts of political manipulation that would become his greatest weapons. Plagueis shared his research into midi-chlorian manipulation, believing Sidious would be the perfect partner in achieving their shared goal of immortality and absolute power. Sidious, in turn, played the role of the dutiful apprentice, learning everything Plagueis had to offer, all while secretly nurturing an ambition that far surpassed his master's. Together, Plagueis and Sidious began the final, most audacious phase of the grand plan. They orchestrated the blockade of Naboo by the Trade Federation, a corporation Plagueis had heavily influenced. Sidious, using his political connections, maneuvered himself into the position of Naboo's senator in the Galactic Senate, giving him a powerful platform from which to manipulate Republic politics. The crisis on Naboo was designed to create instability, expose the Republic's bureaucratic inefficiencies, and elevate Sidious's profile as a decisive leader. It was during this time that Plagueis and Sidious conducted their most daring experiment. Using their combined knowledge of the dark side and midi-chlorian manipulation, they attempted to create life through the Force itself, to influence the midi-chlorians to conceive a being of unparalleled power. Whether they succeeded or merely sensed a natural convergence in the Force remains debated, but the result was the birth of Anakin Skywalker on the desert world of Tatooine, a boy conceived by the midi-chlorians, possessing the highest known concentration of them in history. They had created, or at least anticipated, the potential chosen one, a being prophesied to bring balance to the Force, and now he was a wild card in their grand design. Plagueis became increasingly obsessed with his quest for immortality, withdrawing more into his research and experiments on Sojourn. He saw Sidious as a brilliant tool, the perfect political operative to enact the Sith's return, but he underestimated his apprentice's ambition and ruthlessness. Sidious, meanwhile, saw Plagueis's obsession as a weakness, a distraction from the true path to power. He believed ultimate power lay in dominion over the living galaxy, not in extending one's own life indefinitely in secret. The moment of betrayal came as Plagueis slept, exhausted from a particularly draining experiment. Sidious, using the dark side to shield his presence and intentions, entered his master's chambers. He unleashed a torrent of Force lightning, striking the unsuspecting moon down where he lay. Plagueis, caught utterly unawares, had no chance to defend himself, his lifelong quest for immortality ending in sudden violent death at the hands of his own apprentice. Darth Sidious stood alone, the sole Sith master in the galaxy. He had inherited Plagueis's knowledge, his resources, his position within the banking clan's influence networks, and the culmination of a millennium of careful planning under the rule of two. He was also now the keeper of the secret of Anakin Skywalker's birth, a potential weapon of unimaginable power. The grand plan was entering its final, most critical stage, and Darth Sidious, the patient manipulator, the Sith Lord hiding in plain sight as Senator Palpatine, was ready to set the galaxy ablaze. Darth Sidious stood alone in the opulent darkness of his Coruscant apartment, the city's endless glow painting streaks of light across the transparisteel. Plagueis was dead, his life extinguished by the very ambition he had nurtured in his apprentice, leaving Sidious the undisputed master of the Sith lineage. The rule of two had held true. The apprentice had surpassed the master, securing the future of the grand plan. Now, Sidious turned his full formidable intellect towards the galaxy, a spider at the center of a web only he could see. His public persona, Senator Sheev Palpatine of Naboo, became an even more potent tool. He cultivated an image of a mild-mannered, thoughtful politician, deeply concerned about the Republic's stagnation and corruption. He spoke eloquently in the Senate, advocating for stronger central authority, for decisive action against piracy and lawlessness in the Outer Rim. His words resonated with many who felt the Republic had grown bloated and ineffective, unaware they were listening to the architect of its demise. In the shadows, Sidious maintained his other identity, Darth Sidious, Dark Lord of the Sith. He required an agent, a weapon to wield openly while he manipulated from the darkness. He found his instrument on the harsh world of Dathomir, a Zabrak child named Maul, taken from his Night Switch mother and filled with pure, unadulterated rage. Sidious molded Maul's fury into a deadly weapon, training him relentlessly in the arts of assassination, lightsaber combat, and dark side fury. Maul became Darth Maul, Sidious's first and most lethal apprentice, a living embodiment of Sith aggression. His double-bladed lightsaber, a weapon of terrifying efficiency, became his signature. Sidious deployed him on missions of sabotage, assassination, and intimidation across the galaxy, eliminating threats to the grand plan and sowing chaos where needed. Maul was the fist, while Sidious remained the hidden mind, directing his strikes with cold precision. The next phase required a more sophisticated pawn, someone with influence within the very heart of the Republic's power structure. Sidious set his sights on a respected Jedi Master, Count Dooku of Sereno. Dooku was disillusioned, deeply troubled by the Jedi Order's entanglement with the corrupt Republic and its perceived loss of principle. He saw the Senate as a nest of vipers, controlled by greedy corporations like the Trade Federation and the Commerce Guild. Sidious began a subtle, insidious correspondence with Dooku, exploiting his idealism and his frustration. He spoke not of Sith domination, but of true reform, of a new order built on strength, justice, and efficiency, free from the Senate's decay. He painted the Jedi as unwitting tools of the corrupt system they served, blind to the galaxy's true suffering. Dooku, already questioning his path, found Sidious's words disturbingly resonant, a dark mirror to his own disillusioned thoughts. The manipulation deepened. Sidious orchestrated events, to validate Dooku's darkest fears, allowing corporate greed to cause humanitarian crises that the Jedi and Republic failed to adequately address. He fed Dooku information about Senate scandals and Jedi compromises, reinforcing his belief that the system was broken beyond repair. Slowly, insidiously, Sidious eroded Dooku's connection to the light, replacing it with a cold, righteous anger that paved the way for the dark side. Dooku's fall was not a sudden plunge, but a gradual descent. He resigned from the Jedi Order, returning to his ancestral title as Count of Sereno, a move that sent shockwaves through the Republic. Publicly, he became a vocal critic of the Republic, rallying systems to his cause of reform. Privately, in secret meetings with Sidious, he embraced the Sith path, taking the name Darth Tyrannus, becoming Sidious's new public face and a key player in the Grand Plan. As Tyrannus, Dooku's first major task was to create the catalyst for the coming war. He manipulated the powerful Trade Federation, the Techno Union, the Commerce Guild, and other corporate entities into a secessionist movement. He played on their fears of Republic taxation and regulation, promising them autonomy and control over their vast resources within a new government. This alliance became the Confederacy of Independent Systems, a formidable military and economic power poised to challenge the Republic. Simultaneously, Sidious and Tyrannus laid the groundwork for the Republic's response. Tyrannus, under the alias of Sifo Dyas, a Jedi master he had murdered, approached the cloners of the planet Kamino. He commissioned the creation of a vast clone army, using the genetic template of the bounty hunter Jango Fett. This army, bred for loyalty and combat effectiveness, was ostensibly ordered for the Republic, a supposed safeguard against growing separatist threats that only the Jedi seemed vaguely aware of. The pieces were in place. The separatists, led by Dooku and backed by corporate might, represented the threat. The clone army, hidden on Kamino, represented the solution. All that was needed was a spark to ignite the conflict. A crisis that would force the Republic to accept the army and grant Sidious the emergency powers he craved. That spark came from the planet Geonosis. Dooku, as Count of Sereno and leader of the Separatists, convened a summit of the corporate leaders on the desert world. There, in vast echoing caverns beneath the planet's surface, they finalized their treaty of alliance and commissioned the creation of a massive droid army from Bactoid armor workshop factories. The sheer scale of their military buildup was staggering, a clear declaration of hostile intent. The Jedi Knight, Obi-Wan Kenobi, investigating the attempted assassination of Senator Padme Amidala of Naboo, followed a trail of clues to Geonosis, to discover the droid factories, witnessed the Separatist summit, and was captured by Dooku's forces after transmitting a desperate warning to the Jedi Council. His capture provided the perfect pretext. The Jedi, receiving Kenobi's message and learning of his impending execution, felt compelled to act. A Jedi strike team led by Master Mace Windu was dispatched to Geonosis to rescue Obi-Wan and dismantle the Separatist leadership. They arrived to find Kenobi and his apprentice, Anakin Skywalker, chained in the Geonosian execution arena, facing monstrous creatures unleashed by Dooku. The Jedi fought valiantly, but they were vastly outnumbered by the droid armies suddenly deployed in the arena. It was a massacre in the making, the Jedi Order facing near annihilation in the glaring Geonosian sun. At the critical moment, as the Jedi were overwhelmed, the Republic's answer arrived. Master Yoda landed on Geonosis aboard a Republic assault ship, revealing the existence of the clone army for the first time. Thousands of clone troopers, clad in white armor and bearing the insignia of the Republic, poured into the arena, engaging the droid forces in a massive, chaotic battle. The Clone Wars had begun, not with a declaration, but with the roar of blaster fire and the clash of lightsabers on the sands of Geonosis. The battle raged across the planet, spreading from the arena to the vast droid foundries and landing platforms. Jedi led clone troopers into desperate combat against the seemingly endless waves of battle droids. So too, seeing his plans for a swift, decisive victory disrupted, engaged Obi-Wan and Anakin in a furious lightsaber duel within a hidden hangar. Despite their combined skill, the older, more experienced Dooku defeated them both, severing Anakin's arm and escaping the planet in his solar sailor. The First Battle of Geonosis ended in a tactical Republic victory. The Separatist droid factories were destroyed, their leadership scattered, though Dooku had escaped. However, the cost was immense. Many Jedi had fallen, and the galaxy was now plunged into full-scale war. Chancellor Palpatine, speaking before the Senate, used the crisis to secure the emergency powers he sought, granting him executive control over the Republic and, crucially, authority over the newly deployed clone army. The Clone Wars raged across the galaxy for 3 long, brutal years. Battle droids clashed with clone troopers on countless worlds, from the crystalline plains of Crustafses to the watery depths of Mon Cala, from the frozen wastes of Orto Plutonia to the skyscrapers of Coruscant itself during a daring separatist attack. The Jedi Order, once guardians of peace, were forced to become generals, leading clone armies into battle, their numbers dwindling with each campaign. They were stretched thin, their connection to the Force strained by constant warfare and the moral compromises of command. Throughout the conflict, Darth Sidious played his dual role to perfection. As Chancellor Palpatine, he presented a face of weary resolve, constantly consulting with the Jedi Council, rallying the Senate, and projecting an image of a leader burdened by the weight of war but determined to see the Republic through. He became a symbol of unity and perseverance, beloved by many, trusted implicitly. As Darth Sidious, he secretly directed the war effort, feeding intelligence to both sides, prolonging the conflict, and ensuring it served his ultimate goal, the destruction of the Jedi Order and the transformation of the Republic into his empire. He used the war to consolidate his power, pushing through legislation that centralized authority under the Chancellor's office, creating agencies like the Commission for the Protection of the Republic, COMPOR, to monitor dissent. He fostered distrust between the Jedi and the military, subtly suggesting the Jedi were not fully committed to victory or were pursuing their own agenda. The Jedi, focused on winning the war and protecting lives, failed to see the noose tightening around them, failed to sense the dark side master operating in the heart of their government. Darth Tyrannus, Count Dooku, remained the public face of the Separatists, a formidable opponent and a constant reminder of the threat. He dueled Jedi Knights and Masters, commanded droid fleets, and continued his role as Sidious's key lieutenant, unaware that his master already viewed him as expendable, a stepping stone towards a more powerful apprentice. Sidious watched the war unfold, a grand puppet master, manipulating both sides towards the cataclysm he had planned for 1,000 years, his gaze fixed increasingly on the young, powerful, and deeply conflicted Jedi Knight, Anakin Skywalker. The war was a crucible, and Anakin was being forged within its fires, his destiny and the fate of the galaxy hanging in the balance. The Republic celebrated the end of the Clone Wars with parades and fireworks, the streets of Coruscant alive with a weary, jubilant throng. Banners bearing the Republic crest fluttered from every spire. Citizens cheered in the plazas, and Chancellor Palpatine stood before the Senate, his voice resonating with solemn victory. He spoke of sacrifice, of resilience, of a hard-won peace, finally dawning after years of relentless conflict. Yet, beneath the surface of this grand celebration, a far darker current was flowing, a current only a few could sense. Anakin Skywalker, hailed as the hero with no fear, felt it most acutely. The war had scarred him, body and soul, leaving behind a restless energy and a gnawing fear he couldn't shake. He dreamed of Padme, his secret wife, dying in childbirth, visions that haunted his sleep and chilled his waking hours. He sought guidance from the Jedi Council, but their counsel seemed distant, focused on the political landscape, offering no solace for his personal terror. Palpatine, ever watchful, saw the cracks in Anakin's formidable armor. He cultivated their relationship, positioning himself as the only one who truly understood Anakin's burdens, his frustrations with the Council's perceived limitations. He spoke of the Jedi's hypocrisy, their fear of power, their blindness to the true nature of the Force. He planted seeds of doubt, watered with flattery and the promise of forbidden knowledge that could save Padme. The final confrontation came not on a battlefield, but within the Chancellor's private office, bathed in the fading light of Coruscant's sunset. Anakin, reeling from the Council's order to spy on Palpatine, a man he considered a friend and mentor, confronted the Chancellor. Palpatine, sensing the moment was ripe, allowed his mask to slip. He spoke of the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise, a Sith Lord who could use the dark side to keep those he cared about from dying. Anakin's breath caught, the story resonating with his deepest fear and desire. Palpatine watched him, his eyes gleaming with predatory anticipation. He revealed the truth, not as a boast, but as a shared secret, a key to the power Anakin craved. "The Force can be used to create life," Palpatine murmured, his voice a hypnotic whisper, "to save it." The revelation hung in the air, heavy and terrifying. Anakin stared, the pieces clicking into place with horrifying clarity. The Chancellor was not just a politician. He was the Sith Lord they had been hunting throughout the war. The enemy was not Dooku, not Grievous, but the man sitting before him offering him salvation. Conflict raged within Anakin, a storm of loyalty, duty, fear, and love. His Jedi training screamed that this was evil, that he must strike Palpatine down. But the image of Padme dying in his arms, the promise of power to prevent it, was a siren song impossible to ignore. He hesitated, his hand hovering near his lightsaber, his mind a battlefield. The decision was made for him by the arrival of Mace Windu and 3 other Jedi Masters. They burst into the office, their lightsabers ignited, their faces grim with determination. "He is under arrest," Windu declared, his voice cold and hard. Palpatine, his expression shifting from mentor to malevolent sovereign, simply smiled. The duel that followed was a blur of crimson and purple light, a whirlwind of dark side fury and Jedi precision. Palpatine moved with unnatural speed, his lightsaber a crimson blur, unleashing torrents of Force lightning that pushed the Jedi back. He killed Kit Fisto and Agen Kular almost instantly, their defenses overwhelmed by his raw power. Only Mace Windu, master of Vapad, could match his ferocity, his blade a shimmering shield against the dark side onslaught. Anakin watched, frozen, as Windu gained the upper hand, disarming Palpatine and pinning him against the window with his lightsaber blade at the Sith Lord's throat. Palpatine's face contorted in fear and rage, his eyes locked on Anakin. "I am too weak," he gasped, his voice a plea. "Don't kill me. I need you. I can save Padme." The words struck Anakin like a physical blow, shattering his resolve. Windu, sensing Anakin's turmoil, ordered him to stand aside, to remember his duty to the Jedi Order. But Anakin saw only the man who held the key to saving his wife, the man who had been his only true confidant. In a moment of agonized choice, driven by love and fear, he acted. His lightsaber ignited, and he severed Mace Windu's sword arm at the elbow. Windu screamed in pain and shock, his lightsaber flying from his grasp. Palpatine, his fear instantly replaced by triumphant fury, unleashed a devastating blast of Force lightning. The energy engulfed Windu, hurling him out the shattered window into the Coruscant night, his body consumed by the storm below. Anakin stared in horror at what he had done, the enormity of his betrayal crashing down upon him. Palpatine rose, his power radiating from him like a dark sun. He placed a hand on Anakin's trembling shoulder, his voice now devoid of warmth, filled with the chilling authority of the Sith. "You have done well, my apprentice," he said. "The Jedi traitors are dealt with now. Embrace your destiny." He offered Anakin a new name, a new identity, Darth Vader. Anakin Skywalker knelt, the weight of his choice crushing him, the path before him irrevocably dark. He pledged himself to Palpatine's teachings, to the Sith way, believing it was the only path left to save Padme. The Jedi Order, his family, his life as he knew it, was gone. In its place stood Darth Vader, Dark Lord of the Sith, servant to the Emperor. Palpatine acted swiftly. He activated Order 66, a secret protocol implanted in the minds of every clone trooper during their creation on Kamino. Across the galaxy, on 100 different battlefields, the Order was transmitted. The clones, their loyalty overridden by the biochip, turned their blasters on the Jedi generals who had led them through years of war. The betrayal was instantaneous and absolute. On Maigito, Ki-Adi-Mundi was cut down by the troopers he commanded, their blaster fire ending his life mid-sentence. On Felucia, Ayla Secura was ambushed while scouting, shot repeatedly in the back by the clones who moments before had fought beside her. On Salukami, Stas Ali's speeder bike was destroyed by a rocket from a clone BAC trooper, her life extinguished in a fiery explosion. On Kashyyyk, Master Yoda felt the immense disturbance in the Force, a wave of death and despair washing over him. He sensed the betrayal, the slaughter of his kin across the stars. As clone troopers raised their weapons against him, Chewbacca and other Wookiees roared in fury, creating a diversion. Yoda, his face etched with profound sorrow and resolve, escaped into the dense jungle, a tiny figure fleeing the collapse of his order. The most devastating blow fell on Coruscant itself. Darth Vader, leading the 501st Legion of clone troopers now branded as Vader's Fist, marched on the Jedi Temple. The sacred sanctuary, the heart of the Jedi Order for millennia, became a battleground. Clone troopers poured through the entrances, their blasters firing indiscriminately at Jedi younglings, knights and masters who scrambled to defend their home. Vader moved through the temple like a force of nature, his crimson lightsaber, a beacon of death. He cut down Jedi who tried to reason with him, who pleaded with Anakin to remember who he was. He entered the council chamber, the site of countless debates and decisions, and found a group of younglings hiding. One small boy stepped forward, holding a training lightsaber. "Master Skywalker, there are too many of them. What are we going to do?" Vader's answer was the ignition of his blade, a final, horrific severing of his past. The temple fell, its halls echoing with blaster fire, and the screams of the dying. Smoke billowed from its upper levels, a dark stain against Coruscant's skyline. The symbol of peace and justice was reduced to a funeral pyre, its light extinguished by the very republic it had sworn to protect. Palpatine addressed the Senate, his voice broadcast across the holonet. He declared the Jedi Order traitors, claiming they had attempted a coup to seize control of the Republic. He presented evidence, carefully fabricated, showing Jedi attacking clone troopers. He spoke of the Jedi Rebellion and the necessity of swift, decisive action to preserve security and order. Then he made his final move. Citing the ongoing threat of separatist holdouts and the instability caused by the Jedi betrayal, he announced the reorganization of the Republic into the First Galactic Empire. He declared himself Emperor, promising an era of peace, stability, and security, enforced by the strength of his new regime. The Senate, cowed by the recent violence and swayed by Palpatine's long-cultivated image, erupted in thunderous applause. Darth Vader stood beside the Emperor on the podium, clad in the black armor that would become his prison and his symbol. The suit was necessary, his body broken by his duel with Obi-Wan Kenobi on the volcanic planet Mustafar, where he had been left for dead by his former master. Palpatine had rescued him, encasing him in the life-sustaining armor, a constant reminder of his failure and his dependence on the dark side. He was no longer Anakin Skywalker. He was the Emperor's enforcer, a terrifying specter of the new order. The Empire rose, its iron fist closing around the galaxy. Imperial Star Destroyers patrolled the hyperspace lanes, their imposing silhouettes a constant reminder of Imperial authority. Planets that resisted were brought to heel through overwhelming force or subtle manipulation. The Jedi were hunted relentlessly, branded as enemies of the state, their surviving members forced into hiding, their legacy erased from official records. Obi-Wan Kenobi, devastated by Anakin's fall and the destruction of the Order, took the infant Luke Skywalker to the desert planet Tatooine. He delivered the child to Owen and Beru Lars, Anakin's stepfamily, and went into exile himself, watching over the boy from a distance, a broken guardian, waiting for a hope he barely dared to believe in. Yoda, too, went into hiding, retreating to the swamp planet Dagobah, a world strong in the dark side where his presence would be masked, waiting and communing with the Force. Padme Amidala, heartbroken by Anakin's transformation and the death of the Republic she served, died, giving birth to twins, Luke and Leia. Her last words were a whisper of belief that there was still good in Anakin, a flicker of light in the encroaching darkness. Leia was taken to Alderaan, raised by Senator Bail Organa and his wife Queen Breha as their daughter, a princess of a peaceful world. Luke remained on Tatooine, unaware of his parentage, his destiny, or the twin sister hidden across the stars. The Sith had triumphed. The grand plan, 1,000 years in the making, had reached its fruition. The Jedi Order was destroyed, the Republic was dead, and the Empire reigned supreme under the absolute rule of Darth Sidious, the Emperor. Darth Vader, his power immense, but his spirit trapped in a cage of metal and pain, stood as the Emperor's right hand, the ultimate symbol of the Sith's victory. Yet even in the heart of their triumph, the echoes of the past lingered. The children of Anakin Skywalker survived, hidden in plain sight, their latent power a potential threat to the Sith's eternal reign. The galaxy slept under the shadow of the Empire, but the Force, eternal and watchful, had not yet had its final say. The galaxy slept under the iron fist of the Empire, but it was a restless sleep, plagued by nightmares of oppression and the lingering echo of 1,000 extinguished lightsabers. Coruscant, once a vibrant symbol of Republican unity, was transformed into Imperial Center, its gleaming spires now overshadowed by the colossal monolithic presence of the Imperial Palace, a fortress of dark durasteel and jagged angles that seemed to pierce the very sky. The air itself felt heavier, thick with the palpable weight of control, the constant hum of TIE fighters patrolling the skies a relentless reminder of the Empire's watchful eye. Citizens moved through the streets with subdued caution, their conversations hushed, their eyes avoiding the imposing white armor of the stormtroopers who stood like silent sentinels on every corner. Darth Vader became the embodiment of Imperial might, a specter of fear cloaked in black armor that absorbed light and hope. His presence alone was enough to silence dissent, the rhythmic, mechanical sound of his respirator preceding him like a funeral dirge, announcing death and judgment. He served as the Emperor's enforcer, his primary task the systematic hunting and elimination of the few Jedi who had survived Order 66, scattered like embers across the galaxy, desperately trying to avoid being snuffed out. Vader pursued them with a cold, relentless fury, his mastery of the dark side amplified by the suit that both sustained him and trapped him in a living hell of constant pain and dependence. To aid in this purge, the Emperor established the Inquisitorius, a cadre of dark side users trained in the ways of the Sith, but not true Sith Lords themselves. These Inquisitors, often former Jedi or Padawans who had fallen or been broken during the purge, were given the title of brother or sister and tasked specifically with hunting down their former comrades. They operated from a mobile fortress, the Vigilance, utilizing specialized skills like torture, interrogation, and tracking Force signatures across the vastness of space. Led by the Grand Inquisitor, a Padawan with a chilling intellect and a deep understanding of Jedi tactics, they became Vader's most effective tools, extending the reach of Imperial terror far beyond what he could accomplish alone. The Emperor, Darth Sidious, reveled in his absolute power, ruling from the throne room deep within the Imperial Palace, a chamber designed to intimidate and inspire awe. He rarely appeared in public, preferring to govern through holographic transmissions and his trusted advisors, his true power hidden behind the facade of a frail elderly statesman. His days were spent immersed in the dark side, delving into ancient Sith holocrons and forbidden lore, seeking knowledge that would solidify his rule and grant him the ultimate prize, immortality. The experiments of his former master Plagueis haunted him. He craved the power to cheat death, to make his reign eternal, and he poured vast resources into researching Sith alchemy and dark side rituals that promised such power. The Empire's tyranny manifested in countless ways across the galaxy. Planets were strip-mined for resources, their environments devastated to fuel the Imperial war machine, and the construction of projects like the Death Star. Alien species were often subjugated, their cultures suppressed, their people enslaved or forced into labor camps under brutal conditions. Dissent was crushed with overwhelming force. Entire populations were held hostage, threatened with planetary destruction if they dared to resist Imperial decrees. The fear was pervasive, a constant companion to every being not privileged enough to be part of the Imperial core. Yet, even in this darkest hour, embers of resistance began to glow. Small, isolated cells of rebels started to form, fueled by grief, anger, and a desperate desire for freedom. They operated in the shadows, on fringe worlds and in the underlevels of Imperial planets, sharing information, sabotaging Imperial operations, and smuggling supplies to those suffering under Imperial rule. These early rebels were disorganized, poorly equipped, and constantly hunted, but they represented the first fragile stirrings of defiance against the seemingly invincible Empire. Senator Bail Organa of Alderaan became a key figure in this nascent rebellion. Publicly, he maintained his position in the Imperial Senate, using his diplomatic skills to subtly challenge Imperial policies and advocate for peace and justice. Privately, he funneled resources, intelligence, and safe haven to fledgling rebel groups, leveraging his wealth and influence to build a network of like-minded individuals across the galaxy. He understood the risks, knowing that discovery meant not just his own death but the potential destruction of his homeworld and everyone he sought to protect. On the desert world of Tatooine, Obi-Wan Kenobi lived as a hermit, watching over the young Luke Skywalker from afar. He dwelled in a simple adobe hut on the edge of the Jundland wastes, his Jedi robes replaced by rough-spun cloaks, his lightsaber hidden away. He communed with the Force, seeking guidance from the spirit of his former master, Qui-Gon Jinn, who had discovered a path to retaining consciousness after death. Obi-Wan's primary purpose was to protect Luke, to wait until the boy was old enough, until the Force deemed the time right, to begin his training and confront the legacy of his father. Luke Skywalker grew up as a farm boy, unaware of his parentage or his immense potential. He worked the moisture vaporators under the harsh twin suns, dreaming of adventure among the stars, chafing under the strict guardianship of his Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru. He was strong in the Force, though untrained, possessing an innate piloting skill and a deep-seated sense of justice that often led him into trouble with the local Imperial garrison and the Jawas and Sand people who roamed the deserts. The name Skywalker meant nothing to him, just a family name tied to the moisture farm, a legacy of hard work and isolation under the Tatooine suns. On the lush, peaceful planet of Alderaan, Leia Organa grew up as Princess Leia, daughter of Bail and Breha Organa. She was raised in privilege, surrounded by beauty and culture, but her parents instilled in her a fierce sense of duty, compassion, and a deep understanding of politics and the injustices of the Empire. From a young age, she was involved in her father's secret work, carrying coded messages, attending clandestine meetings, and learning the skills of diplomacy and espionage. Leia possessed her mother's spirit and her father's resolve, along with a latent connection to the Force she barely comprehended, manifesting as sharp intuition and unwavering courage. Darth Vader, meanwhile, was a tormented soul trapped within the machinery of his own making. The suit kept him alive, but it was a constant prison. The hiss of the respirator, a maddening reminder of his failure on Mustafar and the man he had destroyed to become Vader. He was haunted by visions of Padme, by memories of his mother, by the ghost of Anakin Skywalker that he tried desperately to bury beneath layers of rage and dark side power. He served his master with unwavering loyalty, yet a part of him, buried deep, yearned for something else, a flicker of the light he had once embraced, a spark that the Emperor ruthlessly exploited and suppressed. The Emperor sensed this conflict within his apprentice and nurtured it, using Vader's pain and his connection to the past as tools to bind him ever tighter to the dark side. He dangled the promise of greater power, of secrets to overcome Vader's limitations, while simultaneously reminding him of his dependence on the suit and the Emperor's own power. Sidious saw Vader not just as an enforcer, but as a potential vessel, a powerful body he might one day transfer his own essence into, achieving a form of immortality through his most powerful creation. Their relationship was a complex dance of master and servant, predator and prey, bound by the dark side and their shared vision of eternal Sith dominion. The construction of the Death Star progressed in secret, deep within the Maw, a cluster of black holes near Kessel that provided a natural barrier against detection. This technological terror, the brainchild of Geonosian scientists and Imperial engineers, was a moon-sized battle station with the power to destroy an entire planet. Its super laser was the ultimate expression of the Empire's philosophy: rule through fear, through the threat of absolute annihilation. The project was overseen by Grand Moff Wilhuff Tarkin, a ruthless and ambitious Imperial officer who believed in the Tarkin doctrine, the doctrine of fear being the ultimate weapon more than any force power. The first whispers of the Death Star's existence began to leak out through the rebel intelligence networks. Spies risked their lives to gather fragments of information, rumors of a superweapon, of massive resource transfers to a secret location. Senator Organa and his allies became increasingly alarmed, recognizing that such a weapon would make the Empire truly unstoppable, capable of crushing any planet that dared to defy it. The race was on to discover the truth about the Death Star, to find its weaknesses, and to warn the galaxy before it became operational. On Dagobah, Yoda waited in exile, living in a simple mud hut near the Dark Side Cave, where he had faced his own darkness during the Clone Wars. The planet's dense, swampy environment, teeming with life and saturated with the Force, provided a powerful natural camouflage for his presence. He communed deeply with the Force, watching the galaxy's slow slide into darkness, feeling the suffering of countless beings and the faint, persistent light of the twins, Luke and Leia. Yoda knew the Sith had won, but he also knew the prophecy of the Chosen One was not yet fulfilled. Hope, however fragile, remained. The Dark Times were a period of profound suffering and oppression. The Sith seemingly triumphant, their enemies scattered and broken. The Empire's grip tightened like a vice, crushing dissent and spreading its shadow across the stars. Yet, in the deserts of Tatooine, on the peaceful plains of Alderaan, in the swamps of Dagobah, and in the hidden corners of 1,000 worlds, the seeds of the Empire's destruction were quietly taking root. The children of Anakin Skywalker survived, unaware of their destiny, while the Sith Lords, believing themselves secure at the pinnacle of power, remained blind to the small, insignificant events that would soon unravel their meticulously constructed reign of terror. A captured rebel courier ship, carrying vital technical readouts, hurtled through space, its fate unknown, holding the potential to ignite the flame of rebellion that would consume the Sith's 1,000-year dream. The stolen technical readouts for the Death Star burned a hole in the Rebel Alliance's hopes, a prize so dangerous it felt like holding a star gone nova. Princess Leia Organa, captured aboard her consular ship Tantive Ivoth over the desert planet Tatooine, had hidden the plans within the memory banks of her astromech droid, R2-D2, programming it with a desperate mission. She had entrusted the droid and his protocol counterpart, C-3PO, to find General Obi-Wan Kenobi, a name whispered in rebel circles as a ghost from a forgotten war. As Imperial stormtroopers breached the ship's corridors, firing blasters that echoed like hammer blows in the confined space, Leia watched the escape pod jettison towards Tatooine's dusty surface, carrying the galaxy's last hope. The pod crashed amidst the rolling sand dunes of the Junland wastes, its metal hull groaning under the impact. R2-D2, his blue dome scratched but functional, extricated himself from the wreckage, his photoreceptors scanning the harsh, twin sun-baked landscape. C-3PO followed, complaining loudly about the heat, the sand, and the general indignity of their situation, his golden plating already beginning to tarnish. Their mission was clear, though daunting: find Obi-Wan Kenobi, deliver the plans, and somehow spark the flame of rebellion against an empire that seemed omnipotent. Fate, or perhaps the Force, intervened. The droids were captured by Jawas, scrappy scavengers of the desert, and sold to a moisture farmer named Owen Lars. It was there, on the Lars homestead, that R2-D2 encountered the young Luke Skywalker, a farm boy with restless eyes and dreams of adventure far beyond the binary sunset. While cleaning the droids, Luke triggered a fragment of Leia's hidden message, a holographic projection of the princess pleading for help, her voice filled with urgency and a desperate hope. The message mentioned Obi-Wan Kenobi, a name Luke recognized only as a hermit living in the remote Jundland wastes. Driven by curiosity and a sense of destiny he couldn't name, Luke set out with R2-D2 the next morning, seeking the old hermit. Their journey was perilous. They were attacked by Tusken raiders, fierce desert nomads, and saved only by the sudden mysterious appearance of a cloaked figure who emitted a strange, animal-like cry to scare the raiders away. As the dust settled, the figure lowered his hood, revealing the weathered face of Obi-Wan Kenobi, his eyes holding the weight of decades and the wisdom of the Force. Obi-Wan took Luke and the droids to his modest dwelling, a cave-like hut nestled in the rocks. There he revealed the truth of Luke's past, a truth hidden by Owen laws to protect the boy. He spoke of Luke's father, Anakin Skywalker, not as the Jedi Knight Luke vaguely remembered, but as a great pilot, a cunning warrior, and Obi-Wan's own apprentice, betrayed and murdered by Darth Vader. He presented Anakin's lightsaber, its blue blade humming to life with a familiar snap hiss, a tangible link to a legacy Luke never knew he possessed. The full weight of Leia's message became clear. Obi-Wan explained the Death Star, the Empire's ultimate weapon, and the vital importance of the plans R2-D2 carried. He knew he had to get the plans to Alderaan to Bail Organa and help the rebellion in any way he could. He also knew Luke was Force-sensitive, the son of a powerful Jedi, and that the boy's destiny was inextricably linked to the galaxy's fate. Their path to Alderaan required transport, and Obi-Wan knew of only one pilot capable and desperate enough to take them: Han Solo, captain of the Millennium Falcon. They found Solo and his Wookiee co-pilot, Chewbacca, in the seedy Mos Eisley Cantina, a den of smugglers, bounty hunters, and scum. Han, initially skeptical and motivated purely by the promise of a substantial reward, agreed to the charter after a tense negotiation and a timely display of Obi-Wan's lightsaber to deter two Imperial stormtroopers asking questions. The Falcon, a battered Corellian freighter that looked like it was held together by luck and adhesive, lifted off from Tatooine, carrying the hopes of the rebellion and the last of the Jedi Knights. Their escape was nearly short-lived. As the Falcon prepared to jump to light speed, a squadron of Imperial Star Destroyers, alerted to the droid's presence, deployed TIE fighters. Han Solo, with Chewbacca roaring encouragement, flew the ship with unparalleled skill, weaving through the asteroid field near Tatooine and evading the pursuing Imperials. Finally, with a lurch that threw everyone against their restraints, the Falcon made the jump to hyperspace, leaving the desert world and its Imperial garrison far behind. Meanwhile, aboard the Death Star, Grand Moff Tarkin and Darth Vader interrogated Princess Leia. Tarkin, cold and calculating, sought the location of the rebels' hidden base. Vader, probing her mind with the dark side, sensed her strength and defiance. When Leia refused to break, Tarkin demonstrated the Death Star's terrible power, targeting Leia's homeworld, Alderaan. In a moment of unbearable cruelty, Tarkin forced Leia to watch as the super laser charge, a green energy beam of unimaginable power, lanced out, and Alderaan, a world of beauty and peace, was instantly vaporized, its billions of lives extinguished in a silent, expanding cloud of debris. The Millennium Falcon emerged from hyperspace, not into the serene space around Alderaan, but into a field of asteroids and debris, the remains of the planet. The horror of what they witnessed was palpable. Luke felt a wave of despair wash over him. Chewbacca let out a mournful roar, and even Han Solo was momentarily speechless. Before they could process the tragedy, the Falcon was caught in the Death Star's tractor beam, pulled inexorably towards the battle station's docking bay. Obi-Wan sensed a powerful presence on the station, a darkness he knew intimately: Darth Vader. Hiding in the Falcon's smuggling compartments, the group watched as Imperial stormtroopers boarded the ship, searching for the droids and the crew. Once the search party left, Obi-Wan formulated a plan: disabled the tractor beam, allowing the ship to escape, while he confronted the darkness he felt. Luke, Han, and Chewbacca, disguised as stormtroopers with R2-D2 and C-3PO in tow, set off to find the tractor beam controls, leaving Obi-Wan to face his destiny. Obi-Wan moved through the Death Star's sterile corridors like a phantom, his connection to the Force shielding him from detection, heading towards the powerful dark side nexus he sensed. Luke, Han, and Chewbacca's rescue mission took an unexpected turn when they discovered Princess Leia was being held in the station's detention block. A chaotic, blaster-fueled escape ensued, culminating in them trapped in a garbage compactor, the walls slowly closing in. Saved at the last moment by R2-D2's intervention with the station's computer systems, they fought their way back towards the Falcon, pursued by legions of stormtroopers. Their path led them back to the docking bay, where they witnessed a scene that would change everything. Obi-Wan had found Darth Vader. In the vast, echoing hangar bay, the two former master and apprentice faced each other, their lightsabers igniting with familiar hums, blue clashing against crimson. Their duel was not the acrobatic display of younger men, but a measured, powerful clash of philosophies and destinies, each move heavy with history and regret. Vader taunted Obi-Wan, mocking his age and his failed attempts to train Anakin. Obi-Wan, serene and accepting, knew his purpose: to distract Vader, to buy time for the others to escape. Seeing Luke, Han, Leia, and Chewbacca nearing the Falcon, Obi-Wan made his choice. He raised his lightsaber slightly, a gesture of peace and acceptance, and smiled faintly at Luke. As Vader struck, Obi-Wan's body vanished, his robes collapsing empty to the floor, becoming one with the Force. Luke's cry of anguish echoed through the hangar, a sound of pure loss that momentarily stunned even Vader. The distraction worked. The Falcon roared to life, blasting out of the docking bay and into space, carrying the plans and the hope, but leaving behind the last of the old Jedi. The Death Star pursued the Falcon, tracking it to the hidden rebel base on the fourth moon of Yavin. The moon, covered in dense humid jungles and massive ancient temples, became the stage for the rebellion's last stand. Rebel technicians analyzed the Death Star plans, discovering a single critical vulnerability: a small thermal exhaust port leading directly to the main reactor. Precise 1-in-a-million shot with proton torpedoes could trigger a chain reaction, destroying the entire station. The attack was launched. Squadrons of X-Wing and Y-Wing fighters, led by the brave Commander Gavin Dave Drace and the hotshot pilot Wedge Antilles, soared towards the Death Star, facing a gauntlet of turbo laser fire and swarms of TIE fighters. Vader himself entered the fray in his custom TIE Advanced X-1, his piloting skills unmatched, his dark side precision making him a terrifying foe. Rebel fighters fell one by one, their explosions blooming like silent flowers against the blackness of space. Luke Skywalker, flying Red 5, joined the attack run down the narrow trench leading to the exhaust port. Vader pursued him relentlessly, his TIE fighter's cannons blasting Luke's R2 unit, crippling the astromech droid. Just as Vader locked onto Luke's X-Wing, preparing to deliver the final shot, the Millennium Falcon roared out of hyperspace, having circled back after escaping. Han Solo, driven by a change of heart, opened fire on Vader's wingmen, sending one TIE fighter spinning into Vader's ship. Vader's TIE was sent spiraling out of control, careening off the trench wall and tumbling into deep space. With the path clear, Luke, guided by Obi-Wan's voice from beyond, let go of his targeting computer. He trusted in the Force, feeling its flow around him, and fired the proton torpedoes. The tiny missiles shot true, disappearing down the exhaust port. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a chain reaction began deep within the Death Star's core. A massive explosion ripped through the battle station, tearing it apart from the inside out. A blinding flash of light filled the Yavin sky, followed by a shockwave that buffeted the rebel fighters. The Empire's ultimate weapon, the symbol of its invincibility, was gone, destroyed by a farm boy, a smuggler, a princess, and the power of the Force. The rebellion celebrated its first major victory, a beacon of hope in the long darkness of Imperial rule. On Yavin 4, medals were awarded to Luke Skywalker and Han Solo, while Leia Organa looked on with pride and relief. But the celebration was tempered by the loss of Obi-Wan Kenobi and the knowledge that the Empire, though wounded, was far from defeated. Deep in the void of space, Darth Vader's damaged TIE fighter was recovered by an Imperial patrol, the Dark Lord surviving, his rage at his failure and his obsession with the powerful boy who destroyed the Death Star now burning brighter than ever. The Galactic Civil War had begun in earnest, and the Sith's reign, though shaken, was far from over. The echoes of the Death Star's destruction reverberated through the Force, a shockwave of hope that rippled across countless oppressed worlds. Yet it was a hope tinged with the cold dread of Imperial retribution. Vader's obsession became singular, a dark star collapsing inward. Find the boy, find Skywalker. The rebels eventually established a new base on the frozen, desolate world of Hoth, a planet of endless ice fields and howling winds that seemed to mirror the harshness of their struggle. Echo Base, carved into the planet's glacial mountains, offered a temporary haven, its cold corridors filled with the constant hum of machinery and the quiet determination of beings fighting against overwhelming odds. Luke Skywalker, now a commander in the rebel fleet, continued his training in secret, practicing with his lightsaber in the freezing wastes, feeling the Force flow around him but lacking the deep guidance he craved after Obi-Wan's death. He felt the pull of the dark side, the anger and fear that came so easily in the face of the Empire's tyranny, and worried about the path he walked. Vader's relentless pursuit finally yielded results. A probe droid, launched into the Hoth system, transmitted images of the rebel base's power generator before being destroyed by Han Solo. The evidence was undeniable. The rebellion had found a temporary home on the ice planet. Vader ordered an immediate invasion, assembling a fleet of star destroyers and deploying elite ground forces, including massive AT-AT walkers, to crush the rebellion in its frozen nest. The Battle of Hoth was a brutal, one-sided affair, the Empire's technological superiority overwhelming the rebel defenses, turning the ice fields into a chaotic landscape of blaster fire, explosions, and the screams of dying soldiers. The rebels fought valiantly but were forced into a desperate evacuation. Leia Organa, overseeing the retreat, felt the crushing weight of responsibility as transports were destroyed by Imperial fire, taking hundreds of lives with them. Han Solo, Chewbacca, Leia, and C-3PO escaped aboard the Millennium Falcon, only to have their hyperdrive fail, leaving them vulnerable in the Hoth system. Luke Skywalker, meanwhile, guided by the spirit of Obi-Wan Kenobi, took his X-Wing fighter and fled Hoth, not towards the rendezvous point, but towards the swamp planet Dagobah, seeking the one being who could complete his training, the ancient Jedi Master Yoda. Vader, watching the rebel fleet scatter from the bridge of his Star Destroyer Executor, felt a surge of dark satisfaction mixed with cold fury. The base was destroyed. The rebellion scattered, but Skywalker had escaped his grasp again. He personally pursued the Millennium Falcon, a chase that led them through the dangerous asteroid field near Hoth, and eventually to the cloud city of Bespin, a floating metropolis of spires and domes suspended in the planet's upper atmosphere, run by Han's old, untrustworthy friend, Lando Calrissian. Vader arrived first, using the Force to cloud Lando's judgment and coerce him into a trap, turning the supposed sanctuary into a gilded cage. On Dagobah, Luke Skywalker's X-Wing sank into the murky swamp, the dense foliage and oppressive humidity a stark contrast to the icy wastes of Hoth. He encountered a small green creature with large ears and a walking stick, who spoke in riddles and seemed annoyingly persistent in offering help. This creature, Luke soon discovered with dawning awe, was Yoda himself, the Grand Master of the Jedi Order, hiding in exile. Yoda, initially testing Luke's patience and commitment, finally agreed to train him, recognizing the boy's immense potential and the desperate need for a new Jedi to confront the darkness. Yoda's training was arduous and profound, pushing Luke to his physical and mental limits. He learned to connect with the living Force, to see beyond the physical world, to levitate rocks using only his mind and his belief. Yoda taught him the dangers of anger, fear, and aggression, the dark side's gateway, warning him that the path to becoming a Jedi was one of discipline, selflessness, and peace. Yet, Luke struggled with impatience, haunted by visions of his friends suffering on Cloud City, a premonition of pain and betrayal that gnawed at his resolve. Back on Cloud City, the trap sprang shut. Han, Leia, Chewbacca, and C-3PO were captured. Han was tortured by Vader, not for information, but as bait, his pain intended to call out to Luke through their nascent Force bond. Boba Fett, the notorious bounty hunter, arrived to collect Han, who had a price on his head from Jabba the Hutt, and Vader agreed, seeing Fett's involvement as a useful complication. The most devastating blow came when Lando, torn between his friendship for Han and the safety of his city, was forced to betray them, leading Leia and Chewbacca into a trap and allowing Vader to set a cruel fate for Han. Han Solo was frozen in carbonite, a process designed for encasing Tabana gas but used as a form of suspended animation and torture. His frozen form, encased in a block of the black, shimmering substance, was a horrifying sight, his face frozen in a grimace of pain and surprise. Boba Fett claimed his prize, loading the carbonite block onto his ship, Slave One, to deliver to Jabba the Hutt. Leia, Chewbacca, and Lando were imprisoned, their situation seemingly hopeless, the light of their rebellion dimmed by the cold reality of Imperial power. Luke Skywalker, unable to ignore the visions of his friend's suffering, defied Yoda's warnings and Obi-Wan's spectral pleas to stay and complete his training. He knew the risks were immense, that he was unprepared to face Vader, but his loyalty to his friends burned brighter than his fear. He took his X-Wing and flew to Cloud City, arriving just as Han was being taken away. He walked into the carbon freezing chamber, a place of cold machinery and industrial dread, knowing he was walking into a trap, but determined to save his friends or die trying. The duel that followed in the carbon freezing chamber's lower levels was brutal and personal, a clash of light and dark, father and son unknowingly locked in mortal combat. Vader, toying with Luke initially, tested his skills, probing his defenses, sensing the raw power and the fear. Luke fought with the desperation of the untrained, his anger flaring when Vader spoke of Obi-Wan's failure, of the Jedi's weakness. The battle raged through the narrow corridors and gantries of Cloud City's underbelly, the clash of lightsabers echoing in the industrial gloom. Vader gained the upper hand, disarming Luke and severing his right hand with a savage strike of his crimson blade. Luke screamed in agony and shock, falling back onto the gantry helpless before the Dark Lord. Vader loomed over him, his breathing a menacing rasp in the sudden silence. And then, he spoke the words that would shatter Luke's world and change the course of the galaxy forever. "No, I am your father." The revelation hit Luke like a physical blow, worse than the loss of his hand. Denial surged through him, a desperate refusal to accept the monstrous truth. "No, no, that's not true. That's impossible," he cried out, his voice raw with anguish. Vader pressed his advantage not physically but psychologically, offering Luke a chance to end the destruction, to join him, to overthrow the Emperor and rule the galaxy together as father and son. "Search your feelings, you know it to be true," Vader declared, his voice filled with a terrible, distorted sincerity. Faced with the horrifying truth and the abyss of Vader's offer, Luke made a choice. He let go of his anger, his fear, his desire for revenge. He chose the abyss over the dark side, letting himself fall from the gantry into the seemingly endless chasm below Cloud City. He plummeted through the stormy atmosphere, caught only at the last moment by an antenna beneath the city, hanging precariously over the void. Above, Vader felt Luke's presence recede, a mixture of frustration and a strange paternal pride warring within him. Rescued by Leia, Lando, and Chewbacca in the Millennium Falcon, which Lando had finally wrested back from Imperial control, Luke was a broken man. His hand was replaced by a synthetic one, a constant reminder of his failure and his father's identity. He was haunted by Vader's words, by the knowledge that the blood of the man who embodied the Empire's evil flowed in his veins. The rebellion had gained a tactical victory in escaping, but Luke had suffered a profound spiritual defeat, his faith in himself and his path shaken to its core. Vader returned to the Emperor, reporting the encounter with Luke. He revealed the boy's identity, his strength in the Force, and his refusal to join him. Sidious, ever the manipulator, saw not a setback, but an opportunity. Luke Skywalker's existence, his power, and his connection to Vader made him the perfect pawn. The Emperor began to formulate a new plan, a trap designed to turn Luke to the dark side, or destroy him, while simultaneously eliminating Vader if he proved too weak or too attached to his son. The stage was set for the final confrontation. The Emperor allowed the rebels to learn of the construction of a second, more powerful Death Star orbiting the forest moon of Endor. He personally oversaw the project, ensuring its vulnerabilities were minimal but tantalizingly present, a lure designed to draw the rebel fleet into a decisive battle. He knew Luke would come, drawn by his sense of duty, his desire to confront Vader, and the need to protect his friends. The trap was baited, the pieces moved into position, the dark side gathering like a storm over the green moon of Endor, where the fate of the Sith and the galaxy would be decided in the throne room of a battle station in the heart of a forest. Luke Skywalker, grappling with the truth of his lineage and the call of the light, prepared to face his father and the Emperor, the final chapter of the Sith's long dark history about to unfold. The rebel fleet emerged from hyperspace near Endor, a constellation of hope against the vastness of space, unaware of the intricate web the Emperor had woven. Admiral Akbar, commanding from the bridge of the Home One, surveyed the incomplete Death Star orbiting the green moon, a terrifying sphere of metal and destructive potential. The fleet moved into attack position, fighters launching like angry hornets towards the battle station's perceived weak points, while the capital ships braced for the inevitable Imperial counterattack. Below, on the forest moon, Han Solo, Leia Organa, Chewbacca, and a team of rebel commandos fought desperately to disable the shield generator protecting the Death Star, their progress hindered by Imperial forces and surprisingly fierce Ewok warriors. Luke Skywalker, guided by the Force and his own grim resolve, surrendered himself to Imperial forces on Endor. He was escorted to the Death Star, not as a prisoner, but as a guest, a lamb brought willingly to the slaughterhouse where his father and the Emperor waited. He walked through the sterile, echoing corridors of the battle station, feeling the oppressive weight of the dark side pressing down on him, a physical manifestation of the evil that resided in its core. He was brought before Darth Vader in the Emperor's throne room, a vast, circular chamber overlooking the battle outside, dominated by a single ornate chair where Palpatine sat, a spider at the center of his web. The Emperor's voice was a dry rasp, devoid of warmth, filled with ancient malice and chilling confidence. He welcomed Luke, not with threats, but with a perverse sense of hospitality, acknowledging his strength in the Force and his courage in coming. He spoke of the Empire's inevitable victory, the futility of the rebellion's attack, and the power Luke could command if only he would embrace his destiny and turn to the dark side. Palpatine's words were carefully crafted barbs designed to provoke Luke's anger, to exploit his fear for his friends and his hatred for the man who stood beside the throne, his father. Vader stood silent and imposing beside the Emperor, his black armor absorbing the dim light of the throne room, his respirator a constant mechanical counterpoint to Palpatine's voice. He watched Luke, his son, feeling the conflict raging within the boy, the pull of the light, the allure of the dark, the terrible knowledge of their shared blood. Vader's own internal struggle was immense. Palpatine's plan to replace him with Luke was clear, yet a part of him buried deep beneath layers of machinery and dark side corruption, yearned for connection with his son, for a redemption he dared not hope for. He was torn between his duty to his master and the unexpected stirrings of paternal love, a conflict that made him momentarily vulnerable. The battle outside the viewport intensified. Rebel fighters swarmed the Death Star, their laser fire scoring hits against its surface, while Imperial TIE fighters and the station's own turbolasers returned fire with devastating effect. The Rebel fleet found itself trapped, the Imperial fleet emerging from hyperspace behind them, cutting off their escape route, turning the planned assault into a desperate battle for survival. Akbar's famous cry, It's a traitor, echoed through the comm channels, confirming the rebels' worst fears. They had flown directly into the Emperor's carefully laid snare. Palpatine turned his attention back to Luke, his gloating smile widening as he watched the young Jedi's face contort with anguish at the sight of the rebel fleet being decimated. He pointed out the window, drawing Luke's gaze to the destruction, to the dying ships and the lives being extinguished. "Your fleet has lost," he declared, his voice dripping with false sympathy. "And your friends on the Endor moon will not survive. There is no escape. Your feeble skills are no match for the power of the dark side." He was pushing Luke, forcing him towards the precipice of despair and rage, hoping to shatter his resolve and make him embrace the dark side in a desperate attempt to save his friends. Luke's composure cracked. The image of the Millennium Falcon with Han, Leia, and Chewbacca aboard, potentially destroyed, ignited a white-hot fury within him. He glanced at his lightsaber, lying on the armrest of the Emperor's throne, then back at Vader, the embodiment of everything he fought against, the man who had tortured his friends, frozen Han, and revealed the horrifying truth of his parentage. The Emperor's words echoed in his mind, "Give in to your anger. With each passing moment, you make yourself more my servant." Unable to contain his rage any longer, Luke acted. He snatched his lightsaber from the throne, the blue blade igniting with a furious snap hiss, and launched himself at the Emperor in a whirlwind of righteous fury. It was the moment Palpatine had been waiting for, the moment Luke fully gave in to his anger and hatred, the moment he stepped onto the dark path. But before Luke's blade could strike, Darth Vader moved with impossible speed, his crimson lightsaber interposing, blocking Luke's attack with a shower of sparks and a clash of energy that shook the throne room. The duel between father and son began anew, more ferocious and personal than their encounter on Cloud City. They fought across the throne room, their lightsabers a blur of blue and crimson light, their movements fueled by conflicting emotions, Luke's rage and desperation, Vader's duty and a desperate, unspoken plea. Vader pressed his advantage, his superior strength and experience driving Luke back, taunting him, trying to goad him further towards the dark side. "You are unwise to lower your defenses," Vader boomed, his voice distorted by his helmet, as he disarmed Luke once again, sending the young Jedi's lightsaber skittering across the floor. Luke stood defenseless, cornered, the Emperor watching with gleeful anticipation. Palpatine rose from his throne, his frail form radiating immense dark side power. He raised his hands and bolts of pure blue-white force, lightning erupted from his fingertips, striking Luke with devastating force. Luke screamed in agony, the lightning convulsing his body, lifting him off the floor, searing his flesh, overwhelming his senses with pure, unadulterated pain. The Emperor laughed, a dry, rattling sound, as he poured more power into the attack, intent on torturing Luke to death as an example to the galaxy and as a final test for Vader. Vader watched, motionless, his internal struggle reaching its zenith. He saw his son writhing in agony, heard his screams of pain, and felt the Emperor's sadistic pleasure. Sight of Luke, broken and dying, reawakened something deep within the machinery of Darth Vader, something Anakin Skywalker had buried long ago: love. The memory of Padmé's dying words, her belief that there was still good in him, echoed in his mind, cutting through the dark side's corruption like a knife. He looked from Luke's tortured form to the Emperor, his master, the architect of his pain and the galaxy's suffering. The choice was clear, the path irrevocable. With a roar that was part anguish, part defiance, Darth Vader, Dark Lord of the Sith, turned against his master. He seized the unsuspecting Emperor from behind, lifting the frail figure high above his head, with a surge of strength fueled by the light side's return and a father's love. Palpatine's laughter turned to a shriek of surprise and rage, as Vader carried him towards the Death Star's reactor core shaft, a bottomless pit that led to the station's explosive heart. The Emperor unleashed his lightning, not at Luke now, but at Vader, the bolts engulfing the Dark Lord, searing his life support systems, causing sparks to erupt from his armor. But Vader held on, his grip unyielding, his determination absolute. With a final, mighty heave, he hurled Darth Sidious, the last Sith Emperor, into the reactor shaft. Palpatine's scream echoed as he fell, consumed by the blue energy of the reactor core, his body exploding in a final brilliant flash of dark side energy that pulsed through the Death Star before dissipating into nothingness. The lightning ceased, the oppressive weight of the dark side in the throne room lifting suddenly, leaving behind only the smell of ozone and the sound of Vader's ragged, damaged breathing. The Emperor was dead. Vader collapsed beside the reactor shaft, his suit critically damaged by the Emperor's lightning. Luke crawled to his father's side, tears streaming down his face, the rage and hatred gone, replaced by profound sorrow and love. Kay helped Vader remove the black helmet, revealing the scarred, pale face of Anakin Skywalker beneath. A man finally free from the mask and the dark side's control. Anakin looked at his son, his eyes filled with peace and regret. "You are right," he whispered, his voice weak, unaided by the vocoder. "Tell your sister you are right." Anakin Skywalker smiled faintly, a genuine expression of love and release. "Luke, help me take this mask off," he rasped. "But you'll die," Luke protested, his voice breaking. "Nothing can stop that now," Anakin replied, his gaze fixed on his son. "Just for once, let me look on you with my own eyes." Luke carefully removed the helmet, revealing the full extent of his father's wounds and the humanity beneath the monster. Anakin Skywalker looked upon his son's face, seeing the love and forgiveness reflected there. He had found redemption not through power, but through love, fulfilling the ancient prophecy by destroying the Sith and bringing balance to the Force. With a final peaceful breath, Anakin Skywalker died, the Chosen One's journey complete, his spirit finally free. Luke laid his father's body gently on the floor, grief and a profound sense of peace warring within him. Outside, the battle raged on, but the tide had turned. With the Emperor dead, the Imperial fleet fell into disarray, their command structure shattered.
Lando Calrissian, piloting the Millennium Falcon into the Death Star's core, fired the proton torpedoes that destroyed the main reactor. The second Death Star exploded in a cataclysmic fireball, its destruction mirroring the first, but this time marking the true end of an era. The Empire was broken, its leadership decapitated, its symbol of ultimate power reduced to expanding debris.
Across the galaxy, celebrations erupted. On Endor, the rebels and their Ewok allies rejoiced around bonfires, their cheers echoing through the forests. On Coruscant, citizens tore down statues of the Emperor, dancing in the streets, their chains of fear finally broken. The Galactic Civil War was over. The Sith, who had haunted the galaxy for millennia, orchestrating wars and manipulating empires from the shadows, were finally, utterly defeated. Anakin Skywalker had fulfilled his destiny, destroying the Sith and bringing balance to the Force. The prophecy was complete. Yet, as the galaxy celebrated its newfound freedom, a few whispered legends persisted, tales of ancient Sith worlds, hidden holocrons, and the enduring nature of the dark side itself, suggesting that while the Sith Lords were gone, the potential for darkness could never be fully extinguished, only held at bay by the eternal vigilance of the light. The galaxy breathed a collective sigh of relief. A fragile peace, settling over worlds long accustomed to the thunder of Imperial warships and the suffocating presence of the Sith. The Empire, fractured and leaderless after the deaths of Vader and Palpatine at Endor, splintered into warring factions led by ambitious Moffs and Grand Admirals, each vying for control of the remnants. The New Republic, born from the Rebel Alliance's victory, worked tirelessly to establish a new government, to heal the wounds of war, and to dismantle the vast apparatus of Imperial oppression. Yet, in the shadows where the light of hope did not reach, the dark side did not simply vanish. It lingered, a patient poison waiting for a new vessel to carry its legacy forward. One such vessel moved with deadly purpose through the chaotic aftermath of the Empire's fall. Her name was Lumia, once Shira Bree, an Imperial agent and pilot, who had been personally trained by Darth Vader himself in the arts of espionage, assassination, and the dark side. She had feigned death at Vader's hands years before, a ruse that allowed her to disappear from Imperial records and delve deeper into forbidden Sith knowledge hidden across the galaxy. Now, with the Sith throne vacant and the Empire in disarray, Lumia emerged from the darkness, no longer an agent, but a self-proclaimed Dark Lady of the Sith, determined to resurrect the Order from its ashes. Lumia understood that the rule of two, while effective, had ultimately led to the Sith's downfall through the betrayal of the apprentice. She envisioned a different structure, one that could endure, built on manipulation, stealth, and the careful cultivation of multiple potential successors. Her primary tool was not a lightsaber, though she wielded one, but a light whip, a cruel and versatile weapon forged from Mandalorian iron and dark side energy, capable of ensnaring and disarming opponents with terrifying efficiency. She became a phantom, orchestrating events from the shadows, using her network of contacts and her mastery of Sith sorcery to destabilize the fragile New Republic and test potential acolytes for the mantle of Sith Lord. Her first major act was to manipulate a powerful Imperial warlord, Karnor Jax, who had seized control of the Imperial ruling council and the elite stormtrooper legions known as the Crimson Empire. Lumia saw in Jax a potent combination of military genius, ruthless ambition, and a latent sensitivity to the Force that she could twist to her will. She provided him with Sith artifacts, whispered promises of ultimate power, and subtly guided his strategies, turning his campaign against the New Republic into a crucible where he could prove his worthiness. Jax, believing he was using Lumia's knowledge to forge his own empire, became her unwitting pawn, a powerful weapon aimed at the heart of the New Republic's stability. However, Lumia's plans were complicated by an event that sent shockwaves through the Force itself, a disturbance far greater than any she had anticipated. Darth Sidious, the Emperor, had not been entirely consumed by the reactor core on the second Death Star. Through dark side rituals and preparations made decades earlier, his spirit had survived, anchoring itself to the physical world and transferring into a clone body stored in a secret facility on the deep core world of Bais. The Emperor had returned, more powerful and more insane than ever, his obsession with immortality and eternal Sith dominion undiminished by his temporary death. Palpatine's return, known as the Dark Empire Crisis, dwarfed Lumia's own schemes. He unleashed a devastating new fleet of superstar destroyers and world devastators, terrifying machines that could consume entire planets to fuel their war efforts upon the unprepared New Republic. He captured Luke Skywalker, intending to turn the powerful Jedi to the dark side and make him his new apprentice, a replacement for the failed Vader. The galaxy was plunged back into war, facing a resurgent Sith Empire that seemed even more unstoppable than the first. Lumia watched the unfolding catastrophe with a mixture of awe and frustration. She recognized the sheer scale of Palpatine's power and resources, but also saw the madness that now consumed him, a madness that made him unpredictable and ultimately self-destructive. She wisely chose to remain in the shadows, observing, learning, and ensuring her own survival while the Emperor and the New Republic exhausted themselves in a cataclysmic conflict. She understood that Palpatine's return, while momentarily devastating, was likely to be his last, a final, desperate spasm of a dying beast. The tide turned against the Emperor when Luke Skywalker, resisting Palpatine's seduction, managed to turn one of the Emperor's own dark side clones against him. In a final desperate confrontation above the planet Onderon, Palpatine's spirit was finally destroyed, not by a lightsaber, but by the combined will of the Jedi and the dying Jedi Empatagio's Brand, who sacrificed himself to bind Palpatine's spirit and drag it into the depths of the Force, preventing any further return. The Dark Empire collapsed, its forces scattering, its leader irrevocably destroyed. The Sith, it seemed, were truly gone. With Palpatine's final death, Lumia saw her opportunity. The greatest obstacle to her own rise was removed, and the galaxy, though weary, was still fractured, providing fertile ground for her brand of shadowy manipulation. She abandoned her interest in Karnor Jax, who was eventually killed by the last loyal guards of the Crimson Empire, and focused on a longer-term strategy. Lumia retreated to the ancient Sith world of Korriban, immersing herself in the planet's dark side energies and the knowledge stored within its tombs, preparing for the day she would find the perfect apprentice to carry the Sith legacy into a new era. That day arrived, amidst the chaos of the Yuuzhan Vong War. The Yuuzhan Vong, a species from outside the galaxy, invaded with terrifying biotechnology and a fanatical hatred for machines and the Force, which they considered an abomination. They devastated the New Republic, conquering Coruscant and renaming it Yuuzhan Ta, plunging the galaxy into its darkest period since the Empire's reign. The Jedi Order was decimated, its members hunted and killed by the Vong and their Jedi hunting Voxen, while the New Republic government crumbled under the relentless assault. It was in this crucible of suffering and despair that Lumia found her chosen one, Jacen Solo, the son of Han Solo and Leia Organa, and one of the most powerful Jedi of his generation. Jacen had been deeply scarred by the war, captured and tortured by the Vong, forced to make terrible choices to survive and protect others. He witnessed the deaths of friends, the fall of worlds, and the apparent helplessness of the Jedi Order against an enemy outside their understanding of the Force. His experiences forged a cold pragmatism within him, a belief that absolute control and power were necessary to prevent such suffering from ever happening again. Lumia began to subtly influence Jacen, appearing to him in visions, whispering to him through the Force, and presenting herself as a mentor who understood the harsh realities of the galaxy. She exploited his trauma, his fear for his family, and his growing disillusionment with the Jedi Code, which he saw as inadequate to face the galaxy's true threats. She taught him Sith philosophies not as paths to domination, but as tools to achieve order and stability, to impose peace upon a chaotic universe through strength and unwavering resolve. Jacen, desperate to end the war and protect his loved ones, began to listen, to embrace the dark side not out of anger, but out of a twisted sense of duty. The Yuuzhan Vong War eventually ended with the Jedi and the Galactic Alliance, the successor to the New Republic, pushing the invaders back. Peace returned, but the galaxy was forever changed, and Jacen Solo was a changed man. He continued his training with Lumia in secret, delving deeper into the dark side, mastering Sith techniques, and adopting the mantle of Darth Plagueis. He believed he was the only one who could guide the galaxy into a new era of lasting peace, a peace enforced by his absolute power and his understanding of the Sith's true purpose. Lumia, seeing her life's work nearing fruition, prepared to unleash her apprentice upon an unsuspecting galaxy. Darth Plagueis's rise to power was swift and brutal. Using his position within the Galactic Alliance military and his influence within the Jedi Order, he orchestrated a series of events that destabilized the government and turned public opinion against the Jedi. He seized control of the Galactic Alliance, declaring himself chief of state and consolidating power through a combination of political maneuvering, military force, and dark side intimidation. Those who opposed him, including his own family, were branded traitors and hunted relentlessly. The Second Galactic Civil War had begun, a conflict that pitted brother against sister, father against son. Jacen's twin sister, Jaina Solo, horrified by her brother's transformation and the atrocities he committed in the name of peace, became his most determined enemy. Trained by Boba Fett and other masters in combat and tactics, Jaina embraced her destiny as the sword of the Jedi, the one prophesied to bring balance to her family and the Force. She rallied the remnants of the Jedi Order and the forces of the Confederation, a coalition of systems resisting Plagueis's rule, to fight against her own brother. The war raged across the galaxy, a dark mirror of the conflicts that had come before. Plagueis proved to be a brilliant and ruthless strategist, using his knowledge of the Jedi and the Sith to anticipate his enemies' moves and counter them with devastating efficiency. He wielded the dark side with cold precision, capable of incredible feats of power and manipulation, yet always believing his actions served a greater good. Lumia fought beside him, her light whip a deadly extension of her will, until she was finally confronted and killed by Luke Skywalker, her long life of darkness coming to an end at the hands of the new Grand Master. The final confrontation between Jaina and Jacen took place aboard the Anakin Solo, the Galactic Alliance flagship named after their fallen brother. The duel was intensely personal, a clash of twins, of light and dark, of love and duty. Jaina, drawing on her training, her love for her brother, and her unwavering resolve, fought with a ferocity born of necessity. She exploited Jacen's overconfidence and his lingering attachment to their shared past, finally striking him down with a fatal blow. As Jacen Solo lay dying, the Darth Plagueis persona shattered, revealing the tormented brother beneath. In his final moments, he reached out to Jaina through the Force, not with anger but with love and regret, asking for her forgiveness and expressing a final desperate hope that she could find the peace he had failed to achieve. Jaina held him as he died, the sword of the Jedi fulfilling her tragic destiny by ending the life of her own twin, the Sith Lord who had plunged the galaxy back into war. With Plagueis' death, Lumiya's legacy ended, the Sith lineage she had attempted to build collapsing with her apprentice. The galaxy, though scarred by another devastating conflict, breathed a sigh of relief, believing the Sith threat had finally been extinguished with the fall of Darth Plagueis. Yet, deep within the ancient tombs of Korriban, another legacy stirred, a legacy far older and more patient than Lumiya's, waiting for the moment to rise from the ashes of history and reclaim the mantle of Sith dominion. The legacy of the Sith, though seemingly extinguished with the fall of Darth Plagueis, endured in the most ancient and unexpected of places, the desolate red-soiled world of Korriban, where the Sith Order had been born millennia ago. A new Dark Lord began to stir, one whose connection to the dark side stretched back to the very foundations of the Order. This was Darth Krayt, once known as a Sharad Het, a former Jedi Knight and Tusken Raider, who had survived the Great Jedi Purge by hiding on Tatooine. Het had been profoundly scarred by the Clone Wars, witnessing the Republic's transformation into the Empire and the near-total annihilation of the Jedi, experiences that shattered his faith in the light side and the Jedi Code. Driven by a desire for order and strength, to prevent the galaxy from ever again descending into such chaos, Het journeyed to Korriban. There, in the Valley of the Dark Lords, he communed with the ancient Sith spirits, absorbing their knowledge, their philosophies, and their immense power. He embraced the dark side fully, casting aside the identity of a Sharad Het, and rising as Darth Krayt, a Dark Lord determined to forge a new Sith Order that would not repeat the mistakes of its predecessors. Krayt believed the rule of two was inherently flawed, leading only to betrayal and eventual failure. He envisioned a unified Sith Order, a single will directing many powerful Sith Lords towards a common goal. Thus was born the One Sith. Krayt abandoned the traditional Darth title for his followers, instead binding them through a powerful dark side ritual that connected their minds and wills to his own, creating a singular consciousness with him at its apex. He established his new order on Korriban, rebuilding the ancient temples and recruiting acolytes from across the galaxy, disillusioned Imperials, fallen Jedi, Force sensitives drawn to power, and warriors seeking purpose. The One Sith became a disciplined, fanatical army, each member a weapon in Krayt's grand design impose absolute order upon the galaxy through Sith dominion. Krayt spent years consolidating his power on Korriban, perfecting his control over the One Sith, and delving into the deepest secrets of Sith alchemy and sorcery. He formed a crucial alliance with the Imperial Remnant, the rump state still loyal to the ideals of the Empire, ruled by the cunning Emperor Roan Fel. Krayt saw the Remnant's military might and infrastructure as the perfect instrument to launch his conquest, while Fel saw the One Sith as powerful allies to help him reclaim the Empire's lost glory. It was an uneasy alliance built on mutual need and mutual distrust, with both leaders secretly planning to betray the other once their common enemies were defeated. The Sith Imperial War erupted when Krayt and Fel launched a coordinated assault on the Galactic Alliance, the successor to the New Republic. The combined forces of the One Sith and the Imperial Remnant proved overwhelming, their advanced warships and the devastating power of the Sith Lords shattering Alliance fleets and conquering core worlds with terrifying speed. The Jedi Order, still recovering from the Yuuzhan Vong War and the Second Galactic Civil War, was caught off guard and outmatched. Its temples attacked and its members hunted relentlessly by the One Sith's assassins. Within a few short years, the Galactic Alliance was defeated, its territory absorbed into the new Sith Empire, and Coruscant itself fell under the control of the Sith and their Imperial allies. Darth Krayt declared himself Emperor of the new Sith Empire, ruling from the rebuilt Imperial Palace on Coruscant. His reign was one of brutal tyranny, enforced by the One Sith and their twisted creations, including Sith spawn bred in Korriban's alchemical labs. He imposed a strict hierarchy, with the Sith Lords at the top, followed by the Imperial military, and the subjugated populations at the bottom, their lives controlled by fear and the ever-present threat of Sith justice. Krayt's rule, however, was plagued by a hidden weakness. He had been infected by Yuzan Vong bites during the war, a condition that slowly consumed him from within, causing constant pain and threatening his life. Desperate to find a cure for his affliction and achieve true immortality, Krayt became obsessed with ancient Sith techniques of life transfer and healing. He delved into forbidden holocrons and conducted horrific experiments, seeking a way to transfer his consciousness into a new, healthy body or to halt the Vong corruption entirely. This obsession made him increasingly unstable and paranoid, his rule becoming more erratic as his physical condition deteriorated. He saw the galaxy not just as a domain to rule but as a source of potential cures, his desperation driving him to take greater risks and commit greater atrocities in his quest for survival. Resistance to Krayt's rule began to coalesce. Emperor Rowan Fel, never truly loyal to Krayt, broke away with a significant portion of the Imperial fleet, establishing a loyalist empire in exile and forming an alliance with the remaining Jedi in the Galactic Alliance remnant. This coalition, known as the Galactic Federation Triumvirate, became the primary opposition to Krayt's Sith Empire. Leading the Jedi forces was Master Cole Skywalker, a descendant of Luke Skywalker, whose son, Cade, had turned his back on the Jedi Order after a traumatic battle, becoming a bounty hunter addicted to death sticks and running from his powerful heritage. Cade Skywalker's life took a dramatic turn when he was captured by the Sith and brought before Darth Krayt. Krayt sensed the immense raw power within Cade, a power that far surpassed most Force sensitives, and saw in him the potential to be the ultimate Sith weapon or the key to his own survival. He offered Cade a place at his side, promising to teach him the true power of the dark side. Cade, however, rejected Krayt's offer, escaping with the help of his friends and the Jedi, but not before Krayt had planted the seeds of doubt and temptation within him. Cade's journey became central to the conflict. Haunted by his past and burdened by his unique ability to heal others and even bring them back from the brink of death, through the Force, a power that drew deeply on the dark side, Cade struggled to find his path. He was pulled between the light side legacy of his family, the seductive power of the dark side, offered by Krayt, and his own desire for a simple life free from responsibility. His actions, often reckless and driven by emotion, had profound consequences for the war, sometimes aiding the Triumvirate, sometimes inadvertently serving Krayt's plans. The final confrontation between the forces of light and dark took place on Coruscant, the planet that had become the heart of Krayt's Sith Empire. The Triumvirate launched a daring assault, their fleets engaging the Sith Armada in orbit, while Jedi and Imperial Knights, Force users loyal to Rowan Fel, fought their way through the city-planet streets towards the Imperial Palace. Cade Skywalker, finally embracing his destiny as a Jedi and the heir to the Skywalker legacy, led the charge, his unique powers and connection to the Force making him the only one capable of challenging Krayt directly. Inside the throne room, Cade faced Darth Krayt in a duel that shook the very foundations of the palace. Krayt, fueled by the dark side and his desperation to survive, unleashed his full power, wielding his lightsaber and devastating Sith sorcery with terrifying skill. Cade, drawing on the light side and the strength of his ancestors, fought with a determination born of love for his friends and a desire to end Krayt's tyranny. The battle was epic, a clash of titans that mirrored the ancient struggles between Jedi and Sith, light and dark. In a final, desperate act, Krayt attempted to transfer his consciousness into Cade's body, using a powerful Sith ritual to escape his dying flesh. Cade, however, was prepared, drawing on his unique connection to the Force and the light side's power. He not only resisted Krayt's spirit, but turned the ritual against him. He shattered Krayt's spirit, destroying it utterly, preventing the Dark Lord from ever returning through any form of Sith magic or alchemy. Darth Krayt, the founder of the One Sith and the self-proclaimed Emperor, was finally and irrevocably destroyed. With Krayt's death, the One Sith Order collapsed. The dark side bond that connected them to their master was severed, leaving the Sith Lords disoriented, leaderless, and consumed by the same ambition and greed that had plagued their predecessors. They turned on each other, fighting amongst themselves for power and dominance, their unity shattered. The triumvirate forces, bolstered by Krayt's demise, systematically hunted down the remaining Sith Lords, eliminating them one by one. The Sith Empire crumbled, its forces scattering or surrendering, its reign of terror brought to a definitive end. The galaxy celebrated the fall of the one Sith and the liberation of Coruscant. The Galactic Federation triumvirate worked to rebuild, to heal the wounds inflicted by years of Sith rule, and to establish a lasting peace. Cade Skywalker, having fulfilled his destiny and avenged his family, finally found peace, choosing to live a quiet life away from the burdens of his legacy, his role as the galaxy's savior complete. The Jedi Order, under the leadership of Master Wolf Sazin, began the slow process of rebuilding, vowing to remain vigilant against the dark side's return. The extinction of the one Sith marked the true end of the Sith Order. For millennia, the Sith had plagued the galaxy, their legacy one of war, betrayal, and destruction. From the ancient exiles on Korriban to the rule of two, the triumvirate, and finally Krayt's unified order. With the destruction of Krayt's spirit and the elimination of the one Sith, the lineage was broken, the knowledge scattered, and the order itself dissolved. The Sith, as a unified, organized force dedicated to the dark side's dominion, were no more. The galaxy entered a new era, free from the shadow of the Sith Lords for the first time in thousands of years. The Force, eternal and ever-present, remained, its balance restored, the light and dark existing in harmony. A reminder that while the Sith were gone, the potential for darkness would always linger. A cautionary tale woven into the very fabric of the galaxy's history, waiting only for the choices of future generations to determine its path. The galaxy, though weary from the Yuuzhan War, found no lasting peace in the quiet that followed. The New Republic had fallen, replaced by the Galactic Alliance, a fragile coalition struggling to heal deep wounds and rebuild trust. It was in this climate of uncertainty and lingering trauma that a darkness began to coalesce around Jacen Solo, son of Han and Leia Organa Solo, a hero of the Vong War, but a man profoundly scarred by its horrors. His experiences during the conflict, particularly his capture and torture by the Vong, had fractured his belief in the Jedi Code's ability to protect the galaxy, planting seeds of doubt that would blossom into something far more sinister. Lumia, the self-proclaimed Dark Lady of the Sith, watched Jacen Solo with predatory patience. She had survived the fall of the Empire, the return of Palpatine, and the Vong invasion, biding her time in the shadows, studying the currents of the Force. She recognized in Jacen not just immense power, but a profound vulnerability, a desperate desire to prevent future suffering that could be twisted to serve the dark side. She began to subtly influence him, appearing in visions, whispering through the Force, and presenting herself as a mentor who understood the harsh realities the Jedi seemed to ignore. Her manipulation was insidious, exploiting Jacen's love for his family and his fear of another galactic catastrophe. She spoke not of conquest or hatred, but of order, of strength, of the necessity to impose peace upon a chaotic galaxy through unwavering control. Lumia taught him Sith philosophies reframed as pragmatic tools for governance and protection, arguing that the Jedi's passivity allowed evil to flourish. Jacen, desperate to ensure the safety of those he loved and convinced the galaxy needed a strong hand, began to embrace her teachings, delving deeper into the dark side's seductive promise of power and certainty. His fall was not a sudden plunge, but a gradual descent, each step justified by a noble intention warped by dark side logic. He mastered forbidden Sith techniques under Lumia's tutelage, learning to channel his fear and anger into devastating power, believing it was the only way to achieve true security. He took the name Darth Plagueis, shedding the identity of Jacen Solo like an old skin, embracing his new role as a Sith Lord, dedicated to forging a new era of galactic peace. Lumia stood by his side, her light whip a symbol of her authority and her role as his guide in the Sith arts. her own ambitions intertwined with his rise. Darth Plagueis' rise to power within the Galactic Alliance was swift and calculated. Using his reputation as a war hero and his influential position within the military, he orchestrated a series of crises that destabilized the government and eroded public confidence. He manipulated events to paint the Jedi Order as ineffective and untrustworthy, turning public sentiment against the very guardians who had saved the galaxy countless times. Through a combination of political maneuvering, assassinations carried out by loyal agents, and the subtle application of dark side influence, Plagueis positioned himself as the only one capable of restoring order, seizing control of the Galactic Alliance, and declaring himself chief of state. The Second Galactic Civil War erupted as a direct result of Plagueis' coup. Worlds loyal to the ideals of the Old Republic and the Jedi Order, along with the Corellian system and other dissident factions, rose up against his tyrannical rule, forming the Confederation. Sidious responded with brutal efficiency, unleashing the full might of the Galactic Alliance military, now under his command, against his former allies. The war raged across the galaxy, a dark mirror of the conflicts that had come before: brother fighting brother, friend against friend, all manipulated by the dark will of Darth Plagueis. The most tragic aspect of the war was the division it caused within the Solo family. Han and Leia Organa Solo, horrified by their son's transformation into a Sith Lord, found themselves fighting against the child they had raised. Their daughter Jaina Solo, Jacen's twin sister, became his most implacable enemy, her Jedi training and her love for her brother warring within her as she accepted the terrible burden of stopping him. Jaina, guided by prophecy and the spirit of her deceased brother Anakin Solo, embraced her destiny as the sword of the Jedi, the one destined to bring balance to her family and the Force by confronting Darth Plagueis. Plagueis proved to be a brilliant and ruthless military commander, his strategies honed by years of war, and his foresight enhanced by the dark side. He wielded the Galactic Alliance's forces with devastating effect, crushing Confederate fleets and subjugating planets that dared to resist his rule. His command ship, the Anakin Solo, named after his fallen brother, became a symbol of his twisted legacy and his ruthless efficiency, a weapon of terror used to enforce his vision of peace. He believed every atrocity he committed, every life he sacrificed, was a necessary step towards achieving the ultimate stability he craved. Lumia fought alongside Plagueis, her light whip a deadly extension of her will and her mastery of Sith sorcery. She served as his chief enforcer and advisor, her experience and knowledge complementing his raw power and strategic genius. Together they hunted down Jedi Knights who opposed them, using their combined skills to eliminate threats to Plagueis' rule with terrifying efficiency. Lumia saw in Plagueis the fulfillment of her life's work, the perfect Sith Lord to carry the legacy forward, and she fought with a fanatical devotion to his cause. The tide of the war began to turn when Luke Skywalker, Grand Master of the Jedi Order, confronted Lumia in a final desperate duel. Recognizing her as the source of Jacen's corruption and a key pillar of his power, Luke engaged her with the full weight of his skill and the light side of the Force. The battle was fierce, a clash of light and dark, but Luke's resolve and his mastery of the Force proved superior. He defeated Lumia, ending her long life of darkness and removing a critical support from Darth Plagueis' regime, striking a significant blow against the Sith's influence in the war. The loss of Lumia shook Plagueis, but it did not break him. If anything, it hardened his resolve, pushing him further into the dark side as he sought to consolidate his power and crush all opposition. He became even more ruthless, his tactics growing more extreme as he sought to end the war quickly and decisively. His obsession with control and order intensified, blinding him to the suffering he caused and the growing resistance that rallied against him, led by his twin sister, Jaina. Jaina Solo, now fully embracing her role as the Sword of the Jedi, underwent intense training to prepare for her confrontation with her brother. She sought out masters who could teach her the skills necessary to face a Sith Lord of Plagueis' power, including the Mandalorian bounty hunter Boba Fett, who taught her unconventional combat tactics and the art of survival. She honed her connection to the Force, drawing strength from her love for her family and her determination to stop Jacen's reign of terror. Jaina understood that only she could face Caedus, their twin bond, giving her a unique insight into his strengths and weaknesses. The final confrontation between Jaina and Darth Caedus took place aboard the Anakin Solo, amidst the chaos of a battle above the planet of Kuat. Caedus, believing he was luring the Jedi into a trap, was instead confronted by his sister, her presence a painful reminder of the man he had been. The duel was intensely personal, a clash of twins bound by blood and the Force, yet separated by the chasm of light and dark. Jaina fought with the skill of a Jedi Master and the desperation of a sister trying to save her brother's soul, while Caedus fought with the cold fury of a Sith Lord determined to eliminate the last threat to his power. The battle raged through the corridors and command decks of the Anakin Solo, their lightsabers casting eerie glows against the ship's metallic surfaces. Caedus, drawing deeply on the dark side, unleashed devastating attacks, his power amplified by his rage and his certainty in his cause. Jaina, however, fought with a clarity born of purpose, her movements precise and efficient, her connection to the light side a shield against her brother's darkness. She exploited his overconfidence and his lingering attachment to their shared past, using their twin bond to anticipate his moves and find openings in his defense. In a moment of clarity, amidst the fury of their duel, Jaina saw a flicker of her brother Jacen beneath the mask of Darth Caedus. She saw the pain and the fear that had driven him to the dark side, the desperate desire to protect those he loved that had become so twisted. It was this moment of connection, this glimpse of the man he had been, that gave Jaina the strength to deliver the final fatal blow. With a swift, decisive strike, she pierced Caedus's defenses, her lightsaber finding its mark and ending his life. As Darth Caedus lay dying, the persona of Jacen Solo resurfaced one last time. He looked up at his sister, his eyes filled not with anger or hatred, but with regret and a profound sense of weariness. He reached out to her through the Force, not with accusations but with a plea for forgiveness and a final desperate hope that she could find the peace he had failed to achieve. Jaina held her brother as he died, the sword of the Jedi fulfilling her tragic destiny by ending the life of her own twin, the Sith Lord who had plunged the galaxy back into war. The death of Darth Caedus marked the end of the Second Galactic Civil War. With their leader gone, the forces loyal to Caedus's regime collapsed, and the Galactic Alliance, freed from his tyrannical rule, began the long process of rebuilding and reconciliation. Jaina Solo, hailed as a hero who saved the galaxy from her own brother, was left to mourn the loss of Jacen, carrying the burden of her actions and the memory of the brother she had loved and lost. The Sith legacy of Lumia and Darth Caedus ended with his death, their vision of a galaxy ruled by Sith Order shattered, leaving behind a galaxy scarred by war but finally free from their dark influence. The legacy of the Sith, though seemingly extinguished with the fall of Darth Caedus, endured in the most ancient and unexpected of places. On the desolate red-soiled world of Korriban, where the Sith Order had been born millennia ago, a new Dark Lord began to stir, one whose connection to the dark side stretched back to the very foundations of the Order. This was Darth Krayt, once known as Eshirad Het, a former Jedi Knight and Tusken Raider, who had survived the Great Jedi Purge by hiding on Tatooine. Het had been profoundly scarred by the Clone Wars, witnessing the Republic's transformation into the Empire and the near-total annihilation of the Jedi, experiences that shattered his faith in the light side and the Jedi Code. Driven by a desire for order and strength to prevent the galaxy from ever again descending into such chaos, Het journeyed to Korriban. There, in the Valley of the Dark Lords, he communed with the ancient Sith spirits, absorbing their knowledge, their philosophies, and their immense power. He embraced the dark side fully, casting aside the identity of Eshirad Het and rising as Darth Krayt, a Dark Lord determined to forge a new Sith Order that would not repeat the mistakes of its predecessors. Krayt believed the rule of two was inherently flawed, leading only to betrayal and eventual failure. He envisioned a unified Sith Order, a single will directing many powerful Sith Lords towards a common goal. Thus was born the One Sith. Krayt abandoned the traditional Darth title for his followers, instead binding them through a powerful dark side ritual that connected their minds and wills to his own, creating a singular consciousness with him at its apex. He established his new order on Korriban, rebuilding the ancient temples and recruiting acolytes from across the galaxy, disillusioned Imperials, fallen Jedi, Force sensitives drawn to power, and warriors seeking purpose. The One Sith became a disciplined, fanatical army, each member a weapon in Krayt's grand design to impose absolute order upon the galaxy through Sith dominion. Krayt spent years consolidating his power on Korriban, perfecting his control over the One Sith, and delving into the deepest secrets of Sith alchemy and sorcery. He formed a crucial alliance with the Imperial Remnant, the rump state still loyal to the ideals of the Empire, ruled by the cunning Emperor Roan Fel. Krayt saw the Remnant's military might and infrastructure as the perfect instrument to launch his conquest, while Fel saw the One Sith as powerful allies to help him reclaim the Empire's lost glory. It was an uneasy alliance built on mutual need and mutual distrust, with both leaders secretly planning to betray the other once their common enemies were defeated. The Sith Imperial War erupted when Krayt and Fel launched a coordinated assault on the Galactic Alliance, successor to the New Republic. The combined forces of the One Sith and the Imperial Remnant proved overwhelming, their advanced warships and the devastating power of the Sith Lords shattering Alliance fleets and conquering core worlds with terrifying speed. The Jedi Order, still recovering from the Yuuzhan Vong War and the Second Galactic Civil War, was caught off guard and outmatched, its temples attacked and its members hunted relentlessly by the One Sith's assassins. Within a few short years, the Galactic Alliance was defeated, its territory absorbed into the new Sith Empire, and Coruscant itself fell under the control of the Sith and their Imperial allies. Darth Krayt declared himself Emperor of the new Sith Empire, ruling from the rebuilt Imperial Palace on Coruscant. His reign was one of brutal tyranny, enforced by the One Sith and their twisted creations, including Sith spawn bred in Korriban's alchemical labs. He imposed a strict hierarchy, with the Sith Lords at the top, followed by the Imperial military, and the subjugated populations at the bottom, their lives controlled by fear and the ever-present threat of Sith justice. Krayt's rule, however, was plagued by a hidden weakness. He had been infected by Yuuzhan Vong Biats during the war, a condition that slowly consumed him from within, causing constant pain and threatening his life. Desperate to find a cure for his affliction and achieve true immortality, Krayt became obsessed with ancient Sith techniques of life transfer and healing. He delved into forbidden holocrons and conducted horrific experiments, seeking a way to transfer his consciousness into a new, healthy body or to halt the Vong corruption entirely. This obsession made him increasingly unstable and paranoid, his rule becoming more erratic as his physical condition deteriorated. He saw the galaxy not just as a domain to rule, but as a source of potential cures, his desperation driving him to take greater risks and commit greater atrocities in his quest for survival. Resistance to Krayt's rule began to coalesce. Emperor Roan Fel, never truly loyal to Krayt, broke away with a significant portion of the Imperial fleet, establishing a loyalist empire in exile and forming an alliance with the remaining Jedi and the Galactic Alliance remnant. This coalition, known as the Galactic Federation Triumvirate, became the primary opposition to Krayt's Sith Empire. Leading the Jedi forces was Master Cole Skywalker, a descendant of Luke Skywalker, whose son, Cade, had turned his back on the Jedi Order after a traumatic battle, becoming a bounty hunter addicted to death sticks and running from his powerful heritage. Cade Skywalker's life took a dramatic turn when he was captured by the Sith and brought before Darth Krayt. Krayt sensed the immense raw power within Cade, a power that far surpassed most Force sensitives, and saw in him the potential to be the ultimate Sith weapon or the key to his own survival. He offered Cade a place at his side, promising to teach him the true power of the dark side. Cade, however, rejected Krayt's offer, escaping with the help of his friends and the Jedi, but not before Krayt had planted the seeds of doubt and temptation within him. Cade's journey became central to the conflict. Haunted by his past and burdened by his unique ability to heal others and even bring them back from the brink of death through the Force, a power that drew deeply on the dark side, Cade struggled to find his path. He was pulled between the light side legacy of his family, the seductive power of the dark side offered by Krayt, and his own desire for a simple life free from responsibility. His actions, often reckless and driven by emotion, had profound consequences for the war, sometimes aiding the triumvirate, sometimes inadvertently serving Krayt's plans. The final confrontation between the forces of light and dark took place on Coruscant, the planet that had become the heart of Krayt's Sith Empire. The triumvirate launched a daring assault, their fleets engaging the Sith Armada in orbit, while Jedi and Imperial Knights, Force users loyal to Roan Fel, fought their way through the city-planet streets towards the Imperial Palace. Cade Skywalker, finally embracing his destiny as a Jedi and the heir to the Skywalker legacy, led the charge, his unique powers and connection to the Force, making him the only one capable of challenging Krayt directly. Inside the throne room, Cade faced Darth Krayt in a duel that shook the very foundations of the palace. Krayt, fueled by the dark side and his desperation to survive, unleashed his full power, wielding his lightsaber and devastating Sith sorcery with terrifying skill. Cade, drawing on the light side and the strength of his ancestors, fought with a determination born of love for his friends and a desire to end Krayt's tyranny. The battle was epic, a clash of titans that mirrored the ancient struggles between Jedi and Sith, light and dark. In a final desperate act, Krayt attempted to transfer his consciousness into Cade's body, using a powerful Sith ritual to escape his dying flesh. Cade, however, was prepared. Drawing on his unique connection to the Force and the light side's power, he not only resisted Krayt's spirit, but turned the ritual against him. He shattered Krayt's spirit, destroying it utterly, preventing the Dark Lord from ever returning through any form of Sith magic or alchemy. Darth Krayt, the founder of the One Sith and the self-proclaimed Emperor, was finally and irrevocably destroyed. With Krayt's death, the One Sith Order collapsed. The dark side bond that connected them to their master was severed, leaving the Sith Lords disoriented, leaderless, and consumed by the same ambition and greed that had plagued their predecessors. They turned on each other, fighting amongst themselves for power and dominance, their unity shattered. The triumvirate forces, bolstered by Krayt's demise, systematically hunted down the remaining One Sith Lords, eliminating them one by one. The Sith Empire crumbled, its forces scattering or surrendering, its reign of terror brought to a definitive end. The galaxy celebrated the fall of the One Sith and the liberation of Coruscant. The Galactic Federation Triumvirate worked to rebuild, to heal the wounds inflicted by years of Sith rule, and to establish a lasting peace. Cade Skywalker, having fulfilled his destiny and avenged his family, finally found peace, choosing to live a quiet life away from the burdens of his legacy, his role as the galaxy's savior complete. The Jedi Order, under the leadership of Master Wolf Sazin, began the slow process of rebuilding, vowing to remain vigilant against the dark side's return. The extinction of the One Sith marked the true end of the Sith Order. For millennia, the Sith had plagued the galaxy, their legacy one of war, betrayal, and destruction. From the ancient exiles on Korriban to the rule of two, the triumvirate, and finally Krayt's unified order. With the destruction of Krayt's spirit and the elimination of the One Sith, the lineage was broken, the knowledge scattered, and the order itself dissolved. The Sith, as a unified, organized force dedicated to the dark side's dominion, were no more. The galaxy entered a new era, free from the shadow of the Sith Lords for the first time in thousands of years. The Force, eternal and ever-present, remained, its balance restored, the light and dark existing in harmony, a reminder that while the Sith were gone, the potential for darkness would always linger, a cautionary tale woven into the very fabric of the galaxy's history, waiting only for the choices of future generations to determine its path. And so, the long, dark story of the Sith concludes, their legacy of power, betrayal, and destruction finally laid to rest, leaving only echoes in the Force and warnings for future generations who might seek the path of darkness. The galaxy sleeps, but the Force is always watching, always waiting, a reminder that even in deepest peace, the potential for shadow remains.